for number 4. And can he convert pole position into a win today? Valtteri Bottas doing a practice start in the Sauber. Bottas, you might call it unleashed. You say that again, he was actually the first one out of his garage, sat at the end of the pit lane for a minute, waiting. So he can't wait to get going. Nico Hülkenberg in the Haas. Fantastic qualifying performance. Let's see what he can convert. But yeah, certainly for Ferrari, for Mercedes, and for the rest, they are looking to put Max Verstappen's Red Bull under pressure and hope that something cracks in the system. As for the quickest race strategy, there's Sergio Perez. Let's see what he can do from the middle of the top 10. The quickest race strategy is actually to make 2 pit stops for fresh tyres. You start on the soft tyre for better grip on the line. You stop between laps 13 and 19, put the hard tyre on in the middle to laps 37 to 43, and then either another soft tyre or a hard, depending on whether you've got new sets or whether your car is easy on its tyres or not. There are places to be made up. We've got a little race here between Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso. Come on, Esteban, put it into gear. There you go. Let's try and start. Nice one, very good from the back of the grid for the Alpines. But someone who's got a great position for the start is Karun Chandok, and he's waiting for us.
19.5.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, up here, I've got an amazing view. I managed to sneak into the Royal Tower
16.7
on the inside of turn 1 and watching the cars coming out of the pit lane. There's the Williams there heading down towards turn 1.
14
There's
flat.
some fantastic overtaking opportunities on the track. Turn 1, the best of the lot. George Russell and his Mercedes heading there
27.1.
But if you don't get the move done there, you've got the second DRS of George heading up over the King, over that line. DRS
14.9.
Standing up here, I can feel the wind coming from turn 4. That's where it's coming from today. It swung around a little bit, so they will have a headwind, which means the car is behind in the slipstream with DRS, which of course will happen from lap 1. At the end of lap 1, we'll get a fantastic opportunity into turn 4. Lewis Hamilton in his Mercedes, he's got places to make up. Bit disappointed with this qualifying, but he hopes he's got a better car for the race. And here comes Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. Can he get ahead of Max Verstappen on the opening lap of this Grand Prix? They've all said that is going to be the key to them winning today. If they can beat Max on the opening lap. Oscar Piastri, great qualifying for him. Much better than they were hoping from after testing. I think at McLaren's second home race, they are very optimistic. Nico Hülkenberg in the Haas. Superb qualifying. I think Ted described as the star of qualifying. 10th on the grid.
13.1.
Can he get a point for Haas? David Croft up in the commentary box. I'm not sure you've got as good a view as I have.
27.9.
We've got an excellent view. Trust me, you'll find out for yourselves. You've got 34 minutes for to go from the top of the tower all the way to Sky Race Control here in the commentary box. Right, brand new season, everyone. Welcome along to 2024. It's a bit of a reset. Everyone starts on 0 points, but Max Verstappen, the reigning champion, comes into this race chasing an 8th consecutive victory. That would be the 3rd longest streak of all time, and chasing a 17th consecutive win from pole, stretching all the way back to the 2022 Dutch Grand Prix, and that is already a record. Max has led the championship since Spain of that year. Oh, big lock up there, going into the pit lane from the McLaren. 39 Grand Prix ago was Spain 2022. Max has also finished the last 41 races. Incredible consistency. But in the interest of balance and to offer some hope for the chasing pack, he has recorded 5 DNFs here in Bahrain, more than at any other circuit in his career. The chasing pack led by Charles Leclerc today, 4th time in a row that Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc line up alongside each other on that front row. 6th time in a row, Charles Leclerc is on the front row. Lewis Hamilton starts 9th, equaling his worst ever Bahrain start, but when he did start 9th last time here, he finished on the podium, so he knows how it's done. There you go, repeat of Lando Norris locking up coming into the pits. And 9th place, by the way, is where Pierre Gasly finished last year. Like last year, he starts plumb last, 20th today, alongside Esteban Ocon, his Alpine teammate. He's got his work cut out, Simon Lazenby, but at least he knows how to score points from the back of the grid here.
Yeah, indeed, he has indeed.
16.6.
They've got a lot of work to do, have those Alpines.
14.6.
Lock up from McLaren.
14 flat.
And there you go. We won't be using those tyres, will he, Daniel Ricciardo? Because that's a big one. were talking about this yesterday, Damon. The
15-1.
Everybody at home, keep an eye on this
14-2.
RB20 because whilst,
13-7.
as we always say, imitation, sincerest form of flattery, a lot of these teams up and down the grid have mirrored, have tried to copy the RB90. So last year's
14-5.
Adrian Newey, never want to stand still,
12-7.
has made something that is kind of space age, isn't it? You look at those side pods, it's like a fighter jet, isn't it?
He's gone to the next level again. Of course, they've all copied it because they had to. What else could they do? They've learned from what Red Bull have been doing.
14-9.
And they've all got this undercoat. You can see it on the Williams just there. You can see this, the black bit underneath the blue bit on the side of the car is sculpted, and it means that the air can come from the front wing, the front of the car, and it gets directed around the side, and then it hits these little vortex generators on the edge of the floor, and that all goes to basically sealing the floor as much as possible, making the car consistent.
24 flat.
It comes from under the car.
21.6.
One of the guys from Fuji TV
13
before
flat.
we came on air, and he was slightly concerned it might be even more difficult, or more difficult than last year, slightly easier last year, to follow these cars because of the outwashing that's going on, and the way that they've developed these cars.
Well, this set of regulations was, you know,
14-3.
partially created to create better racing, and due to the way that, you know, the wind flows and the turbulent air that then gets scooped up for the drivers behind, it was very difficult for them to follow in turbulent air. This set of regulations should have fixed it. We'll find out today if that has changed much or not. So far, the gaps, at least between the teams, are getting closer and closer.
13-4.
But that turbulent air and the way that the cars react to this one, we're going to have to watch out for today and see what the case really is.
100%. Let's focus, if we could, on Aston Martin a bit. Fernando Alonso, 176 races since his last
31.6.
win.
2013. 19.7.
I think you would have thought at the beginning of last year, perhaps he had a car to get one. Early podiums, they faded off a little bit, and he's starting from a place lower than he did last year.
Yeah, and they clawed the way back at the end of last year, but he was surprised at their qualifying. I mean, it's a fantastic job to put themselves ahead of McLaren, so they'll be very impressed with that. There's some optimism there.
19
it could be
flat.
A season-long battle for that,
18-4.
Position in the Constructors' Championship.
35.6.
It's going to be tight, no doubt about it. McLaren, though, starting on the front foot as opposed to last year, where they were very much on the back foot after the first race in Bahrain.
15-8.
Well, I feel like that's slightly out of context. 13-3. Because if you think where they started here last year, then yes, they're on a much higher end. But when you think of where they ended the season last year,
11-9.
Fernando was, you know, the best of the rest. He was the only driver to be outscored by Max. Max Verstappen was the only driver that outscored him in the second part of the season. So they were in a much better place at the end of last year than they were at the moment. But again, those gaps are so close. They've all started, you know, the season with a slightly new platform. They're all going to be understanding their cars, and it's a 24 race year. A lot can happen.
When you look back at Lando Norris's year, they received those
11-8.
upgrades, didn't they, in Austria? And if the season had started from Silverstone, he would have finished second in the drivers'.
You know what they say? If my whatever uncle or my auntie
28.1.
You know, it's a very
12 flat.
Basically,
13-4. 1 M 13-8.
You're using the if argument, which doesn't work in Formula One. If they don't start the season in the in the middle of the season, they start it at the beginning. That's why it's difficult.
14 flat. 13-5.
I don't know.
12-7.
Tell me that expression later. That one we're off air. But
11-3.
Oscar Piastri on screen too. As a rookie last year, how do you assess how he performed up against Lando?
13-1 driver.
Incredible job. For me, he was really one of the outstanding drivers of the season last year. To be coming into the year up against a driver like Lando Norris is not easy. Lando is an incredibly talented, very quick driver.
12-1.
We saw how Daniel Ricciardo fared up against him. He's clearly a leading driver, and Oscar did not, you know, he showed true talent. He stayed close to the gap. He hasn't been having the best weekend so far, but still in qualifying yesterday, he managed to close that gap to Lando again. There's nothing between the two of them in terms of pace. So
14-6.
That's really incredible from such a young
13-3.
There's only half a tenth between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri for the first time since 2021. McLaren have both cars inside the top 10, and obviously with the Bahraini owners watching on, they'll be hoping to impress today and move further forward
13 flat.
if they can. There are two Ferraris in the top four. Sergio Perez down in fifth. We know that qualifying isn't his strong point. He's a very good racer on a Sunday. Maybe be a good racer on a Saturday too.
22.9.
I was talking to the Ferrari people, and they were saying that they're pretty confident they've got Checo covered. They don't know about Max, but they're very confident with their long run pace, and they're confident going into this race as well. And they think they've got the speed differential sorted out as well. So they're not saying they can beat Max, but they're saying they're going to give him some
12 flat.
Make him concentrate.
22.3.
Zeroing in obviously on Checo's seat.
18.2.
Because he's out of contract at the end of this year. A lot of them are actually, and particularly those as well in the junior team.
13.1.
He's had the opportunity this winter to sort of hit a reset. I think there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders towards the end of the year, whether it was the media talking about it, his own personal disappointment with his performances. It's very easy as a driver to get stuck in your head and get bogged down and lose a little bit of confidence. So I hope that this winter he's been able to reset that, because the pressure is on his shoulders. His contract is up at the end of this year, and he's still fighting to keep that seat. We're not talking about him. We're talking about who's going to fill that seat. Maybe Checo's going to keep it. Who knows? It's on him to prove that he's worth keeping.
22.5.
You saw there, Kevin Magnus starting from 15th. It was a great effort, though, by Nico Hülkenberg, his teammate, to haul himself into the top 10 yesterday.
14.7.
Nico, fantastic qualifying yesterday. Nico, how are you feeling ahead of this race now?
22.1.
I feel okay. I feel happy that the season starts, that we get some racing underway soon.
13.3.
Also feel cautiously optimistic. You know, that the Sundays turn out better than they did at the end of last year. So yeah, excited to see what happens in the next couple of hours.
What have the team told you about race pace and where you can hopefully target to finish today?
18.3.
It looks better. It looks better on papers. The lap times, the feeling inside the car was better since day one in testing. So yeah, hopeful for a bit more performance. Hopefully we can fight with the midfield teams. And it seems like two separate worlds, the front runners and then the back runners all bunched up. So it will be interesting to see.
12.6.
Haas starting the post-Gunter era.
29.3.
He's a comeback.
18.9.
You know, Nicky, he will not lie down.
11 flat.
And he's back. I mean, it's a kind of a Cinderella story for them, isn't it? You know, they're the poor team in Formula One, but brilliant performance. And also, what they did was very interesting. They did a lot of long running.
15.8.
And maybe IO basically saying, listen, we need to fix this. This is the main problem. It's no good qualifying well and then dropping backwards in the race. So we'll see how all eyes on Nico Hülkenberg basically in the Haas to see whether they can stick with the pack through this race.
Yeah, Haas usually start the season well, and they tailed off though yesterday, not able to keep up the development race as Adrian Newey looks on, one of his competitors, notebook in hand. Let's go to Martin for the first time for the good one. Martin, all yours.
Thank you very much.
20.4.
It's going to be a grid stroll this evening. I had a new ankle fitted a few weeks ago by a very clever man in London called Mr. Andy Goldberg, OBE, and I'm running it in, so I'll not be running around as fast as I normally do. Talking down there, look at the stones here. There's no bitumen between them, and that is why this track is so aggressive on the tyres. The tyres are not fully engaged with the surface because it's not filled in between, and that's because we're in the desert.
14.3.
Stone
12.3.
years ago.
Unknown driver.
11.1. When there is to give grip when it's sandy.
Jason Casoli.
So let's have a little wander over here. I heard that
12.6.
well, Zach is
11.1.
chatting away to David Coulthard.
13.9.
Duke of Richmond here.
19.4.
How are you?
Tonight. Great to see you.
You've moved the Tyrrell, the original Tyrrell factory
12.2.
from its spot of all those decades up to Goodwood, I hear.
And it's a tiny little shed. We moved it to Goodwood, yeah. You're going to come and open it at the Revival, which will be fantastic.
I'm hoping to, yeah, so good. Busy year ahead.
Fun, yeah, fantastic. No,
15.5.
Big celebrations at Festival Speed Formula One, yeah. Horseless to hybrid is going to be the theme. It'll be the noisiest, craziest one yet. So, and a big Nicky Lauda year. So huge
14.9.
So
all right. Well, congratulations. Good stuff.
Unknown
Let's,
driver.
Keep wandering along and see who we can find. We'll hang around. We'll talk to Zach if we can, or maybe we'll talk to Carlos Sainz Senior here. Who right? Hang on.
19.5.
Let's go back to Zach, who's standing with his son. Zachary, what can you tell us? How is it going? Fourth row of the grid. Pretty happy with that?
Yeah, pretty good. I think we left a little bit of time on the table in qualifying. The grid is unbelievably close, so I think we can move forward from here. I don't think a podium's out of reach.
12-4.
But let's see what happens. We need a clean first lap.
Side by side, so they've got to look out for each other down into the first corner.
Yeah, that always makes you a little
13-4.
nervous. All right, Zach. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you look at the flag at the top there, the wind direction has changed dramatically. Dramatically from qualifying, and that's going to affect the cars in the race.
47.2.
At this time, we welcome viewers on the main event.
13-1.
To the grid. You're joining us at mid-grid walk, actually.
12-3.
So we'll keep mooching
12-8.
and see Mick doing that. How you doing, Mick?
21.1.
Good stuff. And hi.
12-2.
Patrice, how are
16
you?
flat.
Martin Brandon,
11-1.
Sky, how are you doing?
I'm very good. I'm still alive.
Well, yeah, I know the
14-4.
you feel sometimes. That's a
18
wicked
flat.
suit, I have to say. I'm impressed with that.
Thank you. My wife hates it, but I love it.
12-6.
It's strong, but you've got to, you've actually got to try and stand out on this incredible grid of ours, haven't you?
Yes, exactly.
14-6.
We're in Bahrain, and you know
13-5.
I love the race. Like I'm always.
12
He's
flat.
my brother. I'm sorry.
It's Neymar. So I think while they're having a
21.4 and B.
football loving
14-2.
I will
14 flat.
head down
11-1.
to the front. So there's the Ferrari. There's the Ferrari. I'm going to have a little poke around the cars if we get half a chance as well. And because start of the year, it's a good time to do that. And we'll
20
see
flat.
if we get towards the front, we
21.6.
should hopefully find a few drivers a little bit later on as well.
25.4.
Forward to
11-3.
the national anthem. We'll have a little poke around a Red Bull, shall we?
14 flat.
If we can. Oh, it's Dario
13-5.
Let's have a quick chat with Dario.
16-1.
And
22.9.
Sorry, how are you doing? Hi, how are you? You okay, my friend?
How are you? You're looking so well.
21.4.
I feel good, thank you. Yeah,
13
I missed the
flat.
bike trip down in Portugal. I was sad about
17-2.
that.
That's why you're looking so
15-6.
Good. Enjoy your race.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Who's your money on?
11-6.
All right, good stuff.
13 flat.
Oh, you mustn't get through here. Sorry about that. I won't come through. Right, where are we going? Right towards
24
the front.
flat.
And there we go. Ciao, Paolo.
19-9.
Nick Mason, we've had a chat with Nick
15-4.
Mason. And yeah, I want to have a chat with the person who runs Diddley Squat. How are you, Lisa?
Why, thank you so much. I'm fine.
Good stuff.
All this, yes.
15-9.
Person who does all the work.
15-7.
I brought my friend along today. His name is Jeremy. This is Jeremy Clarkson, and he helps me on the farm.
14-8.
Yeah, I didn't think he had any friends at all, to be honest. I love it. Jezza, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
Yeah, marvellous, thank you, marvellous. Now, you declared your absolute love for Formula One on this grid last year. And I know, I mean, I found you last night, you were engrossed even in an hour after qualifying. You do love it.
I've spent all of today looking at the lap times. This is how boring I am from last year to this year. And wondering what have they all been doing over the winter, because the gaps by and large are the same.
41.9.
McLaren have gone a lot better. They're much closer to Max. And Lewis is, well, that's an anomaly. But it's a strange thing to go from one year to the next, and for so little to have changed.
15-8.
Yeah, good stuff. So you're right.
Flat.
You're right.
Listening to me,
Not really. No, I know you lost me somewhere in there, but
well, people watching at home who like the sport, they'll get what I'm saying. It's a weird year this year, I think.
It is, and you know the cars that they have this year will follow through to next year as well. But who's your money on?
Adrian Newey.
Yeah, all right. Good to see you, Jeremy. Enjoy the race.
I'll see you later.
Yes.
13-7.
Right, where are we? We're let's see if we can have a little look
flat.
around. Well, we've got the Tensata barriers here. Let's see if we can get in. I mean, I don't really understand why, but they sort of stand in front of the car, but we saw them the other night completely undressed while we were doing a
Jason
feature.
Casoli,
you can see this
15-6.
massive undercut here of the Red Bull side pod and the tiny little sort of letterbox underneath that. The letterbox is the
14-4.
inlet into, and this is so dramatic, and apparently for the
17-5.
European sort of season,
16.4.
there's quite a big upgrade coming for this car. So we'll have another. I wanted to try and catch Sarah Ferguson.
14.9.
How are you? Lovely to see you.
Great to
17
be here.
flat.
How are you, Martin?
Very good, thank you.
From the old days.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to champion you.
So pleased to read about your cancer issues. You've sorted them all out. Well done.
No, it's my first day out.
Dawson Minor.
And I chose to come to the Grand Prix to support the Grand Prince and Bahrain. I love
17.5.
Bahrain. I'm very proud to be here.
All right, good to see you. I'm going to try and find him actually if I get half a chance. Let's see where we might find him.
14 flat.
Coming towards the front at the moment.
13.9.
It's the 20th anniversary of the Bahrain Grand Prix, which has gone in a heartbeat. And let's see if we. I can't actually see too much. They're probably already
16.4.
through there.
14.8.
Keep wandering through. And let's get inside here. And are you with me, Lee? Well done.
14.5.
Sort of wander over here and see if we can find. Let's see if
125.1.
I don't know if any of these guys are up for a chat. You up for a chat, George? Top man. Wind direction's changed a bit. Could be a bit of a different story tonight.
Yeah, it's for the 3 days of testing,
15,
all of Thursday and Friday with the wind
6.
direction, headwind
13,
down into
7.
turn 1. Now it's shifted 90 degrees, it'll be totally different, so it might catch a few people out at the beginning.
So we're under braking and crosswinds through critical chicanes and that.
13.9.
Yeah, turn 1's going to be harder in the braking, but turn 2 and turn 4 will be much
flat.
better. Turn 8, turn 10, I think you'll see a few lockups and people going wide, so you know, we need to be aware of it.
Bet you were chuffed with third on the grid, weren't you?
I was happy.
Top man. Joe Guan Yu.
14.6.
Good to see you.
15.7.
So how's this Sauber? How's the feeling out there?
Of course, new car still need to find a little bit more. Was quite inconsistency throughout the weekend. So yeah, unfortunately, not the best day on Friday. So let's hope to move forward today in the race.
Well, they hand the prizes out later on, so good luck.
15.9.
Thank you.
Cheers. Spent a huge amount of his life in. All good, Charles?
All good, all good. Ready?
Good. That's what we want to hear. He's ready. Oscar, good? Car feel good?
Yeah.
18.6.
No, I'm good. See what we can do.
17.9.
We're in the mix. So
24.9.
All right, good stuff. I want to. I'm still very much hoping to talk to His Royal Highness Crown Prince Salman and
15 flat.
You've got Neymar over there with Pierre Gasly and. Let's see if we can have a
25.4
chat. I think apparently Max is on his way through as well.
13.8.
We've got just over half a minute. He must be due on the grid by now, actually, Max. I'm surprised he's not. If he does turn up, he'll be. Oh, good, Max. Top man. Yeah, I'm very good, thank you.
Good. Are you good? Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Have a great race. Yeah, he's risking a fine there, but it was nice of him to ask, wasn't it? Very nice of him. So he's clearly extremely relaxed, isn't he? Sitting on pole position. Quite a posse behind him with that run that you can see down to the first corner.
Unknown driver 3
anthem is now ready to be played.
(13.2). 15.9. 28.1. 18.4. 14.4. 14.1. 15.1. 17.9. 13.8.
The traditional fly past.
17.5. 24 flat.
Playing overhead. magnificent
Steve
sight.
Jr.
Right,
A.
quickly, let's hear from Lando Norris talking to Rachel.
I always catch you when you're eating, Lando. I'm really sorry.
13-8.
You can carry on.
17
it's
flat.
It's good to be able to talk to you. Thought the car
15
had more in
4.
it yesterday than you were able to show. So, what are the teams saying you can target today?
Sorry.
I'll carry on talking for a little bit. You ready? Okay, good.
15-1.
I mean, we're just in a pack
14-1.
very close.
16-6.
If I made a mistake, I paid the price and was 7th. If someone else made it, they would have been 7th, you know, so just the pack we're in is very close, so can easily go our way, can easily go someone else's way.
15-6.
Which makes our life tricky, but should be exciting.
16-1.
Oscar had a great run on the soft, so a long
17-5.
run anyway, at least on the Thursday afternoon. Does that give you some hope that you can get into some big points today? Podium, possibly?
Yeah, this is a tough ask, but I think
14-9.
so. If things go away, it's a lot of cars we still got to overtake, and they're quick
14-3.
ones, especially the Ferraris and the Red Bulls in the race pace look very strong, so we'll find out in a minute.
20.2. 14-5.
There's lots of overtaking opportunities. As I was saying earlier, let's go back to 2022. Max Verstappen
16-1.
versus Charles Leclerc. Max got the move done into the first corner. The crowd absolutely love that. But Leclerc gets the tighter exit out of the first corner. Gives him a better life at turn 2. And then the DRS zone. Now today, we've got the headwind up into turn 4. And that allowed, on that occasion, Leclerc to get back in front. And I think we'll see more of that today. Fernando Alonso, ever the opportunist
16 flat.
against Lewis Hamilton. This was last year. Look for the outside at turn 8, then cut back across to the right-hand side of the track as they go over the crest of 9. And then this was the key moment. Look, switches to the inside. We don't often see overtaking moves into 10. We never really see it between the top runners. But Alonso, as I said, very, very smart as always, thinking 2 steps ahead. And he used turn 10 to an advantage later on as well in the race. I'll go back a little bit because look, Carlos Sainz was wise to it. Alonso there tries to cut to the inside.
Flat.
Sainz sees him coming. Alonso has to correct himself, move back to the right. So Sainz didn't do what Lewis did and left the door open. But then Alonso waits, switches back, gets into the DRS, puts the power down, gets that rear wing open, cuts back into the slipstream, and makes the move into turn 11. So I think there is room for creativity around this track. It's a wide track. There's opportunities to use different lines and also use the wind to your advantage to try and get these moves done.
Good, so we haven't got long. Lovely to see you. How are you? Is this the start of your next career, is it?
I don't know if it's my next career. I don't know if I can make one out of it, but I'm trying. You know, I need to do something. No, it's good. It's good to be here. I wasn't supposed to be here 2 weeks ago. It all came together very well. I'm doing some work for RTL, so it's pretty good.
We've got no time. Who's your money on today?
Max.
There we go. Surprise, surprise. We'll see. Hopefully we can get to speak to Gunther in a little bit more detail.
19.5.
Perhaps after the race
21.9.
There you go. That's K-Man.
13.8.
Daughter, she's getting into the spirit of things, as I'm sure you are at home. The first Grand Prix of 2024 is minutes away.
15-3.
Excuse me, would you
17-8.
take a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon.
Mike C.
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
14-3.
Preposterous amount of panos! That means panoramic.
32.2.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
20 flat.
How about none?
15.9.
Yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
The hot, crispy
13.8.
filet o fish. You either love it
20.8.
or you haven't tried it yet.
15.1.
For a limited
17.2.
time, the filet of fish is 2 for $3.99 with your other favorites.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Looks like you won something
15.4.
Yeah, I ditched my test guy and switched to H&R Block. I feel like a tax champion.
Is that easy?
So much more convenient. I just walked in, met with an expert,
19.4.
or a pro can do your taxes online. And with their upfront transparent pricing,
21.9.
I knew the price before I even began.
13 flat.
I've never won anything in my whole
14.7.
life.
You should make the switch. There's still time, Todd.
Have an H&R Block Tax Pro do your
Andrew
taxes
King.
in person or online. It's better with Block.
Hey, Dad, I got an A in my book report.
That's cool.
14.3.
And I went for a walk in the woods, and I didn't get a single flea or tick on me. You are
21.6.
right? I'm great.
28.3.
This flea and tick season,
14.2.
get 20% off your first pharmacy order at Chewy.
Pets make us better people.
12-4.
They remind us that we're capable of more
17-6.
than we think we are. And that kindness makes
14-7. 13-4. 21 flat. 12-5. 13-9.
Experience the action from behind the wheel, exclusive to
15-3.
Sky Q, Sky Stream and Sky Glass customers
17-8.
this season.
13-5.
And new for 2024, driver onboards are also available to watch on Now. Jump on board with any of the 20 drivers in any practice, qualifying, sprint and race sessions
19-3.
and listen in on their
14-9. 14-9.
By hitting the interactive
14-3.
button on your Sky remote control, you get exclusive access to not only all onboards up and down the track, but also Sky's Battle channel, where you get to see battles that
13-8.
might not be shown on the main
13-7.
feed. And if you're out and about, why
12-7.
not tune in on your mobile
15-9.
device? Just download the Sky Sports app using this
47.6.
QR code, choose your driver, and enjoy the action wherever you are. So what are you waiting for? Get on board this season and enjoy the
15-9.
ride with Sky Sports F1.
15-5. 14-7.
Loads
13-3.
of ways for you to
16
enjoy
flat.
the action this season here on Sky Sports F1. The long, dark winter is almost at an end.
14-4.
The racing's about to get underway. Question is, can anyone catch Max?
18-4. 17-1.
My big dream is F1, of course. I just continue to do my best, and
15-8.
we'll see.
We've got a megastar on our hands here.
19-4. 45.2.
It's genius what he's doing in that car.
31.9. 45.3. 13-6.
This is brilliant stuff.
10 wins in succession.
Red Bull have picked the goalposts up and completely run off with them.
14-4.
Got what it takes
16-5.
to stop you and Red
15
Bull.
flat. 16-2. 18 flat.
Lando Norris leads the British Grand Prix. Gets in there. Let's go, boys.
14-3.
That is the man who has ended Red Bull's
16-1.
To close off my chapter
14-3.
in the best possible way.
Everybody's hunting Max Verstappen.
I love it, man.
14-8.
I will do everything to try and win this title.
Victory for Sergio Perez.
12-4.
It's going to be a very tight battle at the front.
Wow, this is brilliant racing.
I think everyone is going to be strong
17-8.
this year.
This is it.
Unknown driver. 14-8.
Who is quick and who is not? We're about to find out.
12-8. 16-4. 14-6. 13-9. 13-7. 13-9. 14-8. 13-9.
'So then, Formula One fans, how you doing? Good to have your company. We've missed you over the winter months. Welcome along as the sun sets here to a new season dawning. It's the first of 24 in 24, the Bahrain Grand Prix, the 20th Bahrain Grand Prix. It's anniversary time, launching the 20th season in Formula One for the defending champions Red Bull 2, back after their record-breaking exploits in 2023, and on pole once again this evening. We race for 57 laps here tonight, 1,446 laps between now and the checkered flag in Abu Dhabi. 15 turns, some elevation changes as well, 3 DRS zones, an aggressive, rough, abrasive surface, tyre degradation throughout the grid. So these tyres are going to be put to the test tonight. The C3 is the soft, should be the main starting tyre. C2 is the medium, shouldn't see much of that. C1, the hard tyre. Everyone's got 2 sets, apart from the 2 Red Bull drivers. So will their extra set of softs pay dividends for them just a little bit later on? We shall find out when we get going. Here's the starting grid though, and right at the back, for the first time sharing the back row since Baku 2016, the 2 Alpine drivers, Gasly
Tercero George Russell, cuarto larga Carlos Sainz y en la primera.
Tyres haven't really done much work and they can't do much with them on the formation lap either, and it's always a pinch point, but they must also babysit their tyres a little bit, especially when they're fat with fuel at the start of a race.
Looking ahead to this race, first time in Formula One history, we've got the same driver lineup tonight that finished the 2023 season, the previous season. No rookies on the grid, all experienced drivers, but one big regulation change, DRS, drag reduction system, available now after the first lap. What difference does that make? I
think it's very good because obviously if somebody's out front, it gives them, before they're 2 laps to establish a greater than 1 second lead, and we've seen that so many times over the years, depending on which particular car and driver were dominating. And now they've only got 1 lap, and the DRS, the drag reduction system, where they open the rear wing, is worth 6-7 tenths of a second if you can get it open in all 3 zones around here. That's a lot. A Formula One car goes a very long way in 6 or 7 tenths of a second. So I think it means that somebody should be able to latch on to the car in front and get their rear wing open earlier. And I wonder even, it's the same after a safety car as well. That's down to 1 lap now. And I wonder if we might even, after a safety car, get that down to immediately available. We'll see how it goes.
So the clock is ticking then, and the time for testing and practice qualifying is now over. Formation lap, and then we can get this season properly underway. And if Charles Leclerc gets away when the lights properly go out, as well as he did there, we could be in for a right battle going into the first corner. Red Bull starting on pole, winning here from pole last year. I mentioned it's their 20th anniversary season. A win tonight will take Red Bull up to 114 wins, equal with Williams on the all-time list. That's the impact Red Bull have had on this sport since their debut in 2005.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary. So this is not part of the race, of course. This is the formation lap, the preparation, and everybody starts the Grand Prix on soft compound tyres. It's unusual, actually, isn't it? Yeah. All 20 of them. And it's a race that's, we're expecting to be 2 stops because of the harsh surface I was showing if you're watching our grid walk, my grid walk, where you can see why it sort of tears the tyres up a little bit, because it's intentionally that way for a circuit that's very much in the desert and can expect to have some sand on it from time to time. So this is where they tried. This is a really important lap, though. It might not be part of the Grand Prix, but it is preparing and tyres, brakes, keeping everything, keeping engine and gearbox and what have you cool, and brakes and tyres warm, and a very prescribed amount of things to do on this lap. And providing we don't have an aborted start, then we get underway properly. I don't know if you know, Crofty, there's a number of lights that come on at that point.
There are, yes, and then something goes out and away we go. We were just on board with George Russell. You spoke to him down on the grid. You both talked about the wind changing direction here. Could be key tonight, even though it's dropped a little bit.
I think it is, yeah, because it's a bit of a nasty one, actually, the direction it's in at the moment. I don't think it really helps you in any sort of braking zones, particularly, possibly up into turn 4 a little bit, but it's not a big braking point anyway. But it's certainly a crosswind in a lot of key corners, so especially when the cars are heavy or when their tyres are feeling a little bit tired and second-hand, it might well catch a few people out.
Adrian Newey sat on that Red Bull pit wall then, watching as Max Verstappen takes his place in pole position. The car that used to have number 33 on it, but now has the number 1 for the defending world champion. It's a 33rd career pole position for Max Verstappen. It's not just his poles and wins, though, that are astonishing in recent years in Formula One. It's his consistency, a 41 race finishing streak as well. And he's led the championship for the last 39 Grand Prix.
Good to see Leclerc's car. It's in there somewhere, isn't it? But, momentarily just couldn't see Leclerc.
He's definitely down there.
He's down there, line astern with the two Ferraris.
Yep.
And they kind of hung Max out to dry a little bit. He was on in his slot on pole position very early. And as they trail in, just 20 cars, and you'll swap over to the right-hand side as late as you can get away with, because it'll be a bit dirtier out there. It's not the racing line.
This is the moment then that we've all been waiting for. All winter long, deprived of live Formula One action since Abu Dhabi. We're about to get going again, and I hope we have your company throughout this season. Every race live on Sky Sports F1. We have 20 cars lined up on the grid then. We're all set to go here for the opening race in Bahrain. It's lights out, and away we go. Verstappen gets away better than Leclerc. Here comes George Russell. Carlos Sainz conceding a position to Sergio Perez already. Sainz hasn't had the best of starts. Into the first corner we go. They're almost side by side. Leclerc has to back out as Verstappen keeps the lead. Russell keeps third place, and that is Lance Stroll having a cropper at the first corner. He's gone from 12th on the grid down to last.
Yeah, Max got a brilliant launch, then immediately seized track position over to the far right-hand side to take control of the approach to the first corner.
Down through the S's we swoop then. Verstappen leading here. You've got Piastri ahead of Norris ahead of Oscar Piastri for the two McLarens. They've escaped any contact. Fernando Alonso right behind Carlos Sainz, and now a good getaway from the McLarens. They're going to go racing side by side into the next corner. Front wing damage for Nico Hülkenberg as he reports to his Haas crew. Maybe he got caught up in the kerfuffle down at turn one. But here comes Verstappen from Leclerc, from Russell, from Perez, who gained a place at the start, from Sainz, then Alonso, and then comes Lando
Ethan Miller,
Norris ahead of Piastri, ahead of Lewis
J.
Hamilton,
Kemp,
ahead of Yuki
Gene W,
Tsunoda.
Yeah,
unknown
like
driver.
Hülkenberg into Stroll
Mike
somewhere
S.
in there because he's gone from 10th to 19th. Stroll
Ron
to
Riccio.
the back of the field as well, as you pointed out.
Yeah,
12-4.
Behind Valtteri Bottas, another one with a poor start. Gasly and Ocon making positions right at the start. Ricardo dropping down to 14th as we approach the final corners.
19-5. 12-3.
DRS will be available if you're within a second
18-2.
of the car in front on this next lap when you go through the detection points. Verstappen's
13-3.
almost a second. Leclerc's got to try and hang on.
15-4.
Yeah, he's really got to get the DRS open, hasn't he? ASAP, and hang on to the back of that Red Bull, and that is
21.9.
to get that in play early.
38.5. 19-8. 15-8. 15-6.
Gainers on that opening lap. Zhou Guanyu gained 4
31.1.
places. Gained 3 places.
13-4.
Albon gained 2. Sargent Ocon Gasly all gaining 3. Bottas
13-8.
losing 2. Stroll 7 and Hülkenberg losing 10 as he
15-3.
comes now into the pits. Down through the S's we go once again. Alex Albon all over the rear.
13-8.
Tsunoda. That Williams RB battle is going to be interesting because Williams
13-4.
they've got a chance there, and Hülkenberg with a
22.5.
onto the hard compound tire
15 flat.
Yeah, you lose a dozen or so seconds at least because you can't jack the front of the car up
14-3.
on the nose as per normal in a pit stop because they've got to take the nose off, of course. But at least what he needs now is a safety car to bring him back into play.
15-4.
But at least he's got a cheap
15-7.
pit stop. He's managed to put the hard compound tyres on.
That start from Sergio Perez,
15-5.
really good news for him. He's got DRS advantage of about 16 kilometres an hour at the end of the straight compared
15-8.
to George Russell, who's dropping back a bit now from Charles Leclerc.
15-2.
got himself out of DRS danger. He's at 1.6 seconds clear of Leclerc currently, but Perez
16-1.
very much hang on to the coattails of George Russell, who's going to be under pressure here.
13-2.
As into the final corner we go. Alonso ahead of Norris, ahead of Piastri. Hamilton just sitting back because you don't want to take too much out of your tyres too quickly.
No, it's all the instincts of a racing driver are being challenged at this point. You want to go as fast as the car
Unknown driver
will possibly
27 flat.
Neck, but you can't. You're not allowed to.
Alonso has lost position to
12-6.
Norris going into turn 1. He's down to 7th. Norris has made that move, and now Piastri is all over the back of Alonso, who's using DRS to defend. And here,
16-4. 16
goes
flat.
George Russell. Did Leclerc
17-9.
make a mistake? Russell is up into
12-9.
second place. Mighty driving there from George Russell.
Cracking move in turn 4 for George Russell, and
13-6.
Perez is
13-3.
his chance right on the
13
gearbox
flat.
of the Ferrari.
The Ferrari is in a little bit of bother here. He's lost out in the top 2
19-2.
places and has now got Perez to contend with, and there's a look-up from Charles Leclerc. Going into
14-4.
We're riding on board
14-2.
13-1.
12-6.
But Perez has got the motor on as into turn 1 at 100
16-3.
miles an hour we go on board the Red Bull.
Yeah, both Ferraris hurting with pace at this point
13-3.
in the Grand Prix. Sainz down in 5th. He's out of DRS range behind Perez. He's more than a second behind this Red Bull that looked pretty racy,
16-4.
Wasn't the greatest qualifying once again from Sergio Perez, but as we've seen so often from the man from Mexico, he is making up for it in a Grand Prix. The battle
32
for second.
flat.
Russell currently has
35.3. 21.3. 34.2. 15.7. 13.5. 14.3. 16.6. 16.4.
With the overtake, was faster than Verstappen on that lap.
Interesting moves from George Russell in these early stages. The stewards, by the way, did have a little look.
16.8. 14.5. 15.5. 17.3. 31.2.
On Fernando Alonso, and he's gaining, and there's Kevin Magnussen looking to make a move on Alexander
12.7.
Hamilton's got
14.3.
tremendous speed on the way into some corners.
13.9.
I've watched him a few times now.
13.3.
Tucked up as he is behind Piastri, Alonso and Norris, but
15.9.
this is the start. And
12.4.
wise old Max goes straight over there. So you're not coming up the inside. You're going to have to go
13.2.
around the long way. And when you get there, I'm just going to run you out of
15.6.
space.
So Stroll from the start managed to get ahead
12.3.
of Hülkenberg, and Hülkenberg
15.5.
then Lance Stroll going into the
Dawson
first
Minor.
See it better here. Right
14.4.
Aston Martin driver. There he is getting past Nico Hülkenberg, but watch Martin as he now makes the move
12.4.
down towards turn 1.
Yeah, Stroll committed, but not doing anything. Or did he? I mean, he hit the curb, but did he take away? He must have taken a whack, mustn't he? Because that is
12.3.
Hülkenberg lost his front wing. But it's such a pinch point on the apex here. Yeah. That's a first corner incident in a Grand Prix, I'm afraid. I don't know what else you can do differently there.
It's the sort of thing that does happen time and time again. You have to feel a bit for Lance Stroll there.
37.6.
Not anything really.
41.8.
He could have done about that as he got hit by Hülkenberg.
14.6.
Bottas right at the start, and of course he's right behind Hülkenberg, and I think he gives Hülkenberg a bit of a tap too.
Yeah, he was
13.5.
driving by Braille there, wasn't he? Was Bottas, was Mullet Man.
14.4.
That's that lock-up from Charles Leclerc, running very, very wide indeed. That might be the second lock-up by Charles Leclerc going
15.5.
into turn 10. Keep an eye on
13.5.
here. Carlos Sainz has now joined this particular scrap. It's a four-way battle, really.
Juan
For
Amador.
the second, third, fourth, and fifth places. Not many
13.3.
meters separating the four cars. Ted Kravitz, down to you. Good evening.
12.7.
Yeah, busy down here as well with Hülkenberg's pit stop. The McLaren's growing great at the moment with race pace. They've both
13.3.
managed to drop Fernando Alonso now. Lando Norris did it a couple of laps ago, and now Piastri's
14.9.
So Alonso starting to
12.5.
hurt that race pace. And at Mercedes, George Russell being told to settle
James
into
Pierre.
tyre management.
And Charles Leclerc has
13.2.
been told track limits for George Russell. Is George Russell exceeding the white line
12.7.
on a regular basis, or is he actually
13.7.
reporting to the team, Charles Leclerc, to say, have a look at that yourself? He keeps going wide. You're allowed 3
13.5.
misdemeanors with track limits before the
17.8.
stewards get involved and start giving you black and white flags.
12.6.
Norris that's already had 2
12.7.
of those 3. So he's really got to be careful, has Lando Norris, and Piastri then ahead of Alonso. So once again, the two McLarens
13.3.
line astern.
16 flat.
George sees that
13.3.
second place. He put in the very quick
23.6.
and then obviously got the radio call, behave yourself, George, back off, and let's get these tyres a decent
14 flat.
amount into
16.2.
this Grand Prix. Red Bull
12.3.
chose not to use their
20
brand
flat.
new soft compound tyres. They cleverly saved in qualifying. They'll come in handy later on, won't they?
13.4.
This is how Oscar Piastri
14 flat.
past Fernando Alonso.
12.4.
Fairly standard move from the youngest driver on the grid up against the oldest driver on the grid.
21.5.
In Melbourne, the city
13
of Oscar
flat.
Piastri's birth, before Piastri was even born,
12.5.
all those years ago.
Fernando drove some very good long stints here last year, didn't he? Yeah. And it looks to me like there's a little
unknown
bit of
driver,
that
13.5.
experience going on.
12 flat. 28.2.
Passing Nicky Lauda in Monza once.
23.6.
So pleased myself in my Tyrrell. And Lauda passed me 2 or 3 laps later down the
12.9.
pit. So he looked over at me, put his hand up in the air and say, "What are you doing?" We've got a long way to go. My Tyrrell
13.7.
later on, got back to the pits.
19.6.
Nicky Lauda.
12
we
flat.
miss him so much, we really
13.2.
do. I'll tell you what is happening out on the track. Lando Norris has been told he's going to plan B for strategy. Is that a
12.4.
one-stopper, or is that coming a little bit
14
earlier,
flat.
maybe, and put those hard
13 flat.
tyres on because he's struggling a bit
15
with his rear tyres, and is radioing the team to tell them just
12
that.
flat.
Out in front, no problems whatsoever with the race pace of Max Verstappen here.
13
he's
flat.
5 seconds clear currently. But whoever we spoke to
13
today in the
1.
paddock, Martin, before this race, people were saying, well,
12
we could
flat.
be second best team, we could be 5th best team in terms of the upper midfield. They were all a little
13.8.
unsure as to what their race pace would be.
13.1.
Charles Leclerc struggling a little bit. George Russell doesn't seem to be
12.1.
struggling too much. There goes the Haas.
Hey, good to know.
12.9. Glitch Gordy.
Back to you.
The Haas of Kevin Magnussen
13.4.
keeping ahead of Joe Guan Yu down
14.2.
through the S's in the battle there for 12th place. But they'll now start to get a realisation of exactly what their real race pace is. As Sergio Perez
13.2.
down the straight, getting a
18.1.
really good exit. Sergio
17.5.
Perez out of turn 10. Looks like he's got Charles Leclerc going into turn 11. Charles Leclerc is passed for the second time in this race. Sergio Perez is up to 3rd.
That might
13.8.
focus Ferrari's attention now
14.6.
on the pace that Sainz claims he has. Of course, Leclerc will say, well, look, I'm managing my tyres. Of course, you can go faster than me in another Ferrari if you want. We've got a long way to go yet.
35.5.
Ferrari may,
13.5.
now that move's taken place, with
16.1.
Perez may say, have a go. Let Carlos have a go.
31.9.
I just get the feeling Charles Leclerc is struggling with those rear tyres.
12.7.
The way the car's handling, he's locked up twice, going into
12.8.
10. And I think Perez
13.2.
got a much better exit, much better traction and grip coming out of 10 to make that move as
J. Kemp.
Sergio Perez
17.4.
where Charles Leclerc
12.8.
had difficulty to get past, and that was very nice defending indeed from Sergio.
13.8.
You know, Carlos Sainz is in a position here
18.5.
where he's yielded on many occasions, played the team game, but
13
he's
flat.
got to think of Team Carlos
16
now,
flat.
biffed for
15.9.
Lewis Hamilton for next year. And here it
13.5.
Hey, you can't
12.9.
be back now. But let's see what Ferrari decide to do about it. Still a very long way to go.
14.2.
Let's see what happened then. with
Unknown
Charles
driver.
Leclerc. There's another lockup. So that's the 3rd lockup.
13.4.
Yeah,
for
he
Leclerc.
had his front
12.8.
wing right underneath Russell's Mercedes-Benz, and you tend to lose some front downforce, and it makes it much easier to lock the front axle.
26.9.
Russell looking in his mirrors and seeing
14
that move.
flat.
Leclerc struggling.
19.4.
Swap the two Ferraris around. They haven't
37.7.
done it. You can still see Carlos Sainz with DRS hanging behind his teammate Charles Leclerc.
15.4.
Verstappen's lead now
23.4.
6.3 seconds. We're on lap 8. Verstappen out in front,
12.5.
untroubled here in Bahrain this evening. Russell pulling away
19
from
flat.
Sergio Perez, who's pulling away from Leclerc too, but as Perez got the pace
13.6.
to
14.9.
Mercedes. Red Bull 1 and 2 here last year.
14.1. 31.2. 50 flat.
About 2.5 seconds behind
16.7.
Carlos Sainz. Fernando
13.1.
Alonso struggling now after being passed by the
15.2.
two McLarens to keep
12.4.
Lewis Hamilton at bay. Hamilton is gaining
14.2.
on Alonso and using DRS
15
down
flat.
the straights as we watch
13.6.
Perez, Leclerc and Sainz going through. There's another lock up there from Charles Leclerc, and we're on board with his teammate Carlos Sainz, because that
14.4.
lockup might just have given
17.2.
a little bit more
13.5.
impetus to try and
22
get past
flat.
approaching turn
13.4.
Leclerc's still got DRS though, and that just
18.5.
let's go
12 flat.
in front of his teammate, I should say. Let's go to
13.5.
Sky Race Control. Karun Chandler, you made it
13.2.
from the tower.
13.4.
Everybody. Yes, just been listening into the McLaren team
19.6.
radio. Both drivers been given a little bit of a hurry up to try and close the gap up.
15.4.
They've been told that
14.7.
the is slower than them, and in fact
13.3.
last time round they were 3 or
13.2.
4 tenths quicker. But Norris is struggling with his rear tyres, Trophy. He's come back to say he doesn't have much more pace because his rear tyres are going away.
And Leclerc's been on the phone to the Ferrari pit wall as well, saying
17-2.
he's got bad oversteer.
13-5.
Tyres going away.
13-8.
Car steers too much, slides from the back end.
14-4.
But he's also damaging those front tyres every time he locks them up as well.
If it was to let his teammate
13-4.
go past Charles Leclerc, he'd definitely be out of DRS range with Sergio Perez.
12-5.
You need to make sure he's within a second of his teammate. And it wouldn't exactly help his race, but it would definitely help Carlos Sainz. And Sainz seems to be the stronger of the two Ferraris currently. Is it time for a switch?
We mentioned it, didn't we?
13-6.
Like he's sort of backed off 14-9. A little bit now, settled back to
12-7.
protect his tyres.
23.6.
And
12-9.
See everybody now, just nobody's having to get out of the slipstream to cool, are they? As Lewis Hamilton shapes up for a move on his old rival Fernando Alonso.
12-8.
And that is job done.
18
Alonso,
flat.
then, if he's playing the long game, he's remarkably placid about these overtakes.
21.9.
I just get the feeling he knew that one was coming, because it has been coming for about 3 laps now.
12-6.
Challenge towards turn
13-2.
4 and get that position back again, but I think it's a bit futile for the time being. Alonso down to 9th.
See, Hamilton, though, in that traffic is already 16 seconds off the lead, but I think he can get on down the road
20.8.
And that is Logan Sargent. And is Logan Sargent about to be the first retiree of this 2024 season? I get the feeling he is. Now, where he's parked up is not particularly brilliant.
15 flat.
Recovering a car
13-4.
virtual safety car.
12-6.
Safety car. If he doesn't keep it going, but he sounds like he has, doesn't it?
23 flat.
Principal watches on. Is that mechanical, or was there an issue that caused Logan Sargent to go into that runoff area? But if you're going to get Marshall to go and retrieve and recover
14-3.
that car, you're going to need to neutralise the race.
Oh, completely. That's a really dangerous place. So. That zone,
12-6.
that zone has 12-6. He's up and away again. So as soon as there's yellow flags in any zone, DRS is disabled. Nobody gets it.
Yeah.
24.7.
Track again and
12-4.
place. Here come 2 Ferraris, and this is proper racing.
13-8.
This isn't team orders. Carlos Sainz is going to go for it.
Tommy
Down
Lane.
into turn 1. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz almost touching wheels
12-4.
before Leclerc has to back
14-8.
out. And Carlos Sainz moves past him to regain 4th place in this
13-8.
race. That's where he started from, and he's got past his teammate to get back up into the top 4.
It's what he's got to do this year, isn't it?
17-8.
I'm sure it's
12-8.
If you're not going to ease me past,
12-2.
I'll do it for myself, thank you very much. And that clearly was not synchronised swimming, was it? That was not
12-9.
That was not being made
12-9.
easy there by Charles Leclerc.
14-9.
So Leclerc's struggles continue, and now Carlos Sainz can start chasing after Perez. And while all that is going on, into the pits, Zhou Guanyu and also
20.1.
Esteban Ocon and Lance
13-8.
Stroll at 2.
18-2.
Was into the pits a long time ago. He's on the hard compound tyre, has been for a few laps now. And Ted, he's given some great data to the rest of the field as to how the hard tyre is faring tonight.
12-3.
So hard on tyres, everybody's just
12-7.
being punished really by the degradation, especially Charles Leclerc. His tyres are gone. Here's the replay, Crofty, for you.
Yeah, we'll follow this and come back to you in a moment, Ted, because we'll see what it's
Steve Jr.
like from Charles Leclerc's viewpoint.
16-8.
From Carlos Sainz at the rear.
Sainz has just been on the radio saying, I don't know if it was a double bluff, but I'm happy in this position for now. But we saw that Leclerc had a lot of wheel spin coming off the last
14
corner.
flat.
And
12-7.
Got a lock.
I think Ferrari going to box Leclerc. Ferrari out the pit lane.
Are they? And I think Lando Norris too. So we might see a flurry here, and also George Russell, car 63,
13-3.
came into the pits.
13-3.
That is why they've also called in the Ferrari and Lando Norris to react to that George Russell pit stop. Sargent came into the pits, comes out behind his teammate.
18-6.
Now the undercut is powerful
12-4.
here because the fresh tyres, whatever their compound, give you a lot of grip.
19 flat.
I'm going to assume that wasn't a particularly quick stop there for Leclerc. It says medium tyres, but they're not medium tyres, they're hard compound tyres.
It certainly is.
18-6.
Front wing there. on the Sauber.
16-2.
It was damaged for a moment, the way that angle was sticking
26.7.
out.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
12-6.
Bottas,
Or is it?
who of course had that tap
12-6.
with Nico Hülkenberg going into turn 1. Karun Chandog at Sky Race Control. I mentioned Lando Norris coming into the pits. I do believe he was, but I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think that was my fault, because I heard the message saying he was coming in. They made a late call to stay out and do the opposite to Charles Leclerc, so I expect him to still be coming in. They're trying to work out. Initially they said go to plan B, then they said go to plan A -1. There's still a lot of conversations on that McLaren radio.
Thanks ever so much. Verstappen continues to lead from his teammate
Unknown
Sergio
driver.
Perez now, from Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton, Alonso, Tsunoda, Albon, Ricciardo and Gasly. Now after Gasly, it's the pit stoppers. George Russell down to 12th
21 flat.
Stop, and here now
17-1.
Sergio Perez, who's had
14-9.
a little bit more work to do in these opening stages than his teammate Max Verstappen, but he's put himself in a great position.
But of course, Red Bull
24.1.
You said of hard compound tyres.
0.7.
In free practice 3.
13-1.
I don't think it'd be
13-8.
Verstappen down a whole lot, but they've got less option here. And Hülkenberg's pace, albeit at the back, but since he had to put those hard compound tyres on very early on, has been very good indeed. So the hard compound tyre is working well tonight.
So we saw George Russell stop on the previous lap. Perez coming in
28.4
and get past George Russell, and it almost worked.
16-4. Fabian J. 12-7.
He wasn't far away from Perez, but does
49.8
ahead of him. And there is Charles Leclerc now right behind Sergio Perez. His teammate Carlos Sainz moves into second,
12-5.
but he hasn't stopped yet. Neither has Lando Norris. The McLaren you saw coming in was Oscar Piastri.
15-2. 14-2.
That's on the hard tyres.
As close as you want, wasn't it? I think he had to bail out of that, so he didn't hit the back of the
13-1.
But he's struggling to slow the Ferrari down there generally, isn't he, Charles Leclerc, into turn 10.
But those hard tyres maybe taking a little longer to warm
20.7.
up as well, not giving him the grip.
Absolutely, but this is critical for those that have stopped early. They're back in 8th place,
17-9.
So he needs,
14-7.
Russell here, need to get past Ricciardo, Albon, Tsunoda
Jason
as
Casoli.
quickly as possible. Otherwise, they're wasting the
15-9.
undercut. They're getting in the pits, and this is why Russell will get punchy as he heads down to
22.6.
Punchy like a heavyweight champion.
47.1.
Past
20 flat.
Ricciardo into the final
13-7.
corner. He has dispatched him, and now Lando Norris can pit. They're all going onto the hard compound tyres, so that data that the teams would have got from the early stoppers on the hard tyres, they now feel
13-9.
right, okay, we can map out
23.8.
Russell, Perez, Leclerc
James
going
Pierre.
into turn 1. Norris comes out ahead of his teammate Oscar Piastri.
24
Perez
flat.
is right on the tail
28.4.
These C1 tyres
26.5.
well on the Red Bull.
14-3. 14-6.
Russell moves to the
14-1.
inside to cover the threat. Is it the old switcheroo though from Sergio Perez? George Russell is
16 flat.
and Perez swoops past George Russell in a key overtake for this
17-6.
That started happening way back in turn 14 because Russell was pinched on his
24
line on the way
flat.
in, going past
22
the
driver.
back marker, effectively the back marker, made him slow
23.1.
down the pit straight and put him under pressure all the way up to turn 4.
16 flat.
Got in too deep, outbraked
32.6.
himself, and that just gave Perez. So
27.1.
he's now come in from quite an
15-4.
acute angle.
12-8.
Cars moving around.
20.9.
And he gets a friendly swipe there from Perez.
23.6.
I think he knew exactly what he was doing, Martin. B, I think he knew
13-7.
exactly what George Russell was going to do.
13-2.
And therefore planned accordingly. Right, into the pits now comes Carlos Sainz. And I'm just looking
30.2.
as he makes his way at 80 kilometers an hour to his pit box. Sergio Perez is
13
just
flat.
making his way towards
14-7.
the final corner with Russell and Leclerc
29.6.
down the main straight.
26.6.
Lewis Hamilton on the screen too as he approaches the final corner. But we want to see really where Perez is out on the track. Is Carlos Sainz staying ahead of Perez? No, he's not. Perez goes through, and then George Russell, then Charles Leclerc. Once again, Carlos Sainz finds himself behind his teammate.
25.5.
Slightly fresher tyres, but the undercut has hurt him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
26 point. Andrew King. 14.8.
Rivals on fresher tyres
28.9.
have all leapfrogged him.
Cannot get out of blocking everywhere.
12.8.
He's not wrong as well. Problems
Ron
for Charles
Riccio.
Leclerc, and I think there might be problems for Lewis Hamilton too. Down in 10th currently.
16-9.
And Hamilton on the
16-2.
team radio saying, I've got no battery. I've got 1%.
12-8.
And these batteries, Martin, huge amount of power comes from the energy recovery
25.3.
system.
160 horsepower.
32.3.
It comes from that for half a minute
14.5.
and it's
15.5.
It'll feel
24.1.
like I don't know, like he's towing a
13.6.
caravan if he doesn't have that available to him.
Not
Glitch
advisable
40.
to tow a caravan during a
16.3.
60 horsepower. Decent average family-sized
16.1.
saloon, just powered by the
13.2.
battery. And what is the 10th anniversary, by the way, of these 1.6-litre V6 hybrid engines? We started racing with them here in
29.6.
Bahrain in 2014.
21.2.
Things. One of the biggest
16.5.
ones ever made.
18.1.
Not loud enough, too heavy.
17.9.
But anyway, we've got
18.8.
to make the most of them.
36.2.
Alonso is finally
16.4.
going to pit. He's currently in second place. Not going to last in second place for very much longer.
16.1.
That will leave Alex Albon.
17 flat.
I think
21.9.
Yeah, he's coming into the
14.8.
pits too. So everyone has made
13.9.
one pit stop in this race, including the race, except the race leader Max Verstappen, I should say. He is the only one that hasn't pitted so far
15
in this
flat.
race. Hence, he's 31 seconds out in front.
Somebody
24.7. 13.6. 13.5. 20.5. 28.9.
With the right amount of space.
13.3.
So movers then from the pit stop sequence.
18.7.
Joe Guan Yu up into 9th place. And Joe pitted a little bit earlier, but he's made his way nicely
20
up there
flat.
on those hard compound tyres.
26.8.
A little bit later on in the race,
12.6.
of course, as we ride on board the
25.7.
Ferrari here. And once again,
15.2.
we've got another Ferrari tussle coming up between Carlos Sainz, who seems to have the pace, and this man,
Lamont
Charles
Walton.
Leclerc, who's locking up everywhere and rather struggling out there. But
16.4.
for the majority, keeping his teammate at bay. But for how much longer? There's barely a car
18.2.
length between the two Ferraris.
13.6.
As into turn 11 they go.
49.7.
And Sainz just has to back out as they make their
13.5.
way up the hill and through those S's.
I think we're going to see a lot of that
12.9.
this year. It's like you
16
prefer Lewis
flat.
Hamilton over me, then
14.7.
think
15
about
flat.
getting myself a decent drive out there.
15.9.
That's the song, you're free to do what you want to
23.5.
do. Well, that might be Carlos Sainz's
14.4.
mantra for this season. He is going to get
14.4.
a nice helping of 16
14.8.
kilometres an hour of extra pace down the
15.6.
main straight, though, and the slipstream behind his teammate, who's also got
16.1.
DRS, to try and make another overtake going into turn 1. He's going to have to be very
13.6.
very late on the brakes.
12.9.
He is late on the brakes. He's going for it. It's Carlos Sainz.
13.5.
And the second time in this race at turn 1 gets past his
14.2.
teammate Charles Leclerc. I have missed this.
Yeah, that was very close up against the back as Verstappen then is about to appear. That building such a big lead as Verstappen did, it just gives you the luxury of choosing exactly when you want to come in, knowing that it's not going to compromise your track position. But a lovely move there from Sainz as he sets off
18.7.
And I think Max Verstappen's going to be coming in a moment before he does make his pit stop. Corinne Chandok to you.
Yeah, Charles Leclerc's problem is with the brake stop. He's got an imbalance between the front axles, and I think this is way into the braking zone.
15.5.
He's not able to attack
24.1.
as deeply as he would like. You see the lockups there. That's been caused by the temperature split between the front two tires.
13.7.
That was an unusual lockup, Karoom, wasn't
13.8.
it? Because, I mean, he was
14.9.
being attacked. He was not the attacker, braking particularly late.
Yeah, I should say front two brakes rather than the two tires, but Max Verstappen the pit crofty.
2.9 seconds.
13.2.
Stationary for Max Verstappen. This is not
18.7.
testing. There is a race going on.
14.4.
He is the race leader, Max Verstappen.
24.8.
there are some other cars
Mike C.
out on the track at the moment.
My car is fully going to the right when I'm braking.
Okay, we are
15.7.
Like this, I cannot
13.7. 43.5.
He's
16.2.
before here with technical issues as Charles Leclerc. It's happening again. George Russell is having a few
20.9.
problems too.
13.2.
Not the least of it. Carlos Sainz
14.2.
swarming all over him. Russell on the radio saying, guys, I've got this power unit
25.4.
overheating. You need to advise me what to do, and it's affecting his pace here. And look, Carlos Sainz swoops past the Mercedes.
13-4.
George Russell, Sainz moves
12-8.
up into the podium places.
18-7.
That looked really easy.
13-2.
And I just wonder, was there a bit of fluid, a bit of oil or something coming from the rear of that Mercedes that splashed on the camera lens as we were watching from Carlos Sainz's car?
Yeah,
14 flat.
Take a rip off his visor as well, I would imagine, but his Ferrari working well. I'm convinced
15-4.
Sainz's steering wheel is slightly right hand down if we go on board with him down the straight. Something like most drivers
50.9
because it just
13-5.
puts all the gyros out of kilter, but he has not. I mean, you can see
14-8
Leclerc is really struggling to slow his Ferrari down.
13-6.
I think there was a bit of contact at the
15-2.
start, wasn't there, for Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez. Just a brief bit of contact wheel to wheel as they went into turn 1. But other than that, I'm not sure why his steering wheel would be like that. Let's have a little look, Martin. I think you might be right.
13-7.
If you look on board down the pit straight, yeah, that car, he's got no confidence in the brake pedal.
12-7. 103.9.
For Carlos Sainz, it needs a firm grip of
22.9.
here in Bahrain this
17-5.
evening. He's struggling out there. Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso both moved past Zhou Guanyu, who's dropped down into 10th place.
19-6.
Holding his teammate Oscar
13-6.
Piastri. We're very much been concentrating on the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth, which has really kept us on the edge of our seats so far. Lap 19 of 57. Verstappen 5.5 seconds.
And you can see they're all using similar algorithms these days. They all start on soft tyres. Now they're all
12-2.
on the hard compound tyres, which you know to be working well. But Verstappen still has a brand new set of soft tyres for the end of the Grand Prix.
15-5.
He's got a wonderful chance here
13-8.
of winning this race by a long way.
18-2.
Which would be potentially a 12th career hat-trick as well. Win pole, fastest lap, more than
27.7.
Formula One other than Lewis Hamilton,
14-4.
who has 19 of those.
12-5.
Schumacher, who has 22. I just want to point out Lando
Unknown
Norris,
driver.
who's currently about 4 seconds behind Charles Leclerc.
20.2.
Was a second faster
13-6.
than Charles Leclerc. He is gaining quite rapidly. Meanwhile, towards the rear of the field, Daniel Ricciardo. I'm not quite sure if he wants to race on the back straight or the drag strip there.
25.7.
Through
31.4.
in his pursuit of Esteban Ocon.
I was reading, and I said it,
20.2.
140,000 square metres of runoff area here was a stat that jumped out
Fabian J.
and slapped me round the
13-9.
face when I was preparing for this event. That's a lot, isn't it? But you will get a penalty if you keep wandering into it.
13-8.
There's a difference between you and I wrote down 1,120 palm trees instead. That was the
12-5.
one that stepped out
15-2.
for me, branching off in another direction. Ted, down to you.
Very good, Crofty. First of
32.1.
Right, I've got an update on the Mercedes power unit issues. I can just see on a big monitor, is this a replay you need to do? Ricardo going off?
Yeah, Ricardo to the drag strip, yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Well, I'm worried for Daniel, who's having a good race up until now. Right, with the Hamilton battery issue, that's not actually a problem with the battery. It's just that Lewis had run it down,
31.1.
so he's just recharging it. And
26
it is able to charge.
unknown driver.
Hamilton,
12-5.
not so good for George
13-8.
Russell. He is managing some kind of issue. They've told him not to use the overtake button and to do a bit more derating to charge the battery. So there is a little bit of a power unit issue for George Russell.
19-7.
Yeah, both McLarens then starting to catch Leclerc and Russell as they nurse their various problems.
D-rates. There'll be a lot of people around the world saying, what is D-rate? What's going on with that?
That is, yeah, when it starts to charge up, you feel it going down the straight as effectively. We need Anthony Davidson here right now to explain this very precisely. But
30.1.
Instead of the battery punching you along, you're starting to have to fill it up.
51.6.
So these batteries will charge themselves up. And
11-9.
using the energy
19-2.
And
29.8.
caused under-braking as well throughout the course of a lap, and that's where George Russell is struggling a bit with that charge.
12
Shandon,
flat.
You want to come in on this one?
Yeah, essentially they have different
21
strategies in terms
flat.
of how the energy is
J-Chem.
used and then recharged into the battery.
17.5.
And if you've got a point where the battery state of charge is too low, a bit like your phone, then the system starts
14.8.
charging itself back. But when you're in the cockpit, it feels like you are slowing down, or the rate of acceleration slows down.
28.3.
That is where the D-rates come in.
14.3.
Effectively, they've gone too low
Steve
on the battery
Jr.
charge, and it needs to charge itself back up.
Thank you very much.
15.7.
Charging back into the
27.5.
stops at the end
30.5.
of the first lap. So 21 laps, so he's done 20 on that set of hard compound
15.3.
tyres.
Very far, is it?
19.9.
They would go a little bit further
13.4.
But maybe he thinks he can sneak into the points with a counter strategy.
Well, that's on the Haas, which obviously isn't the Red Bull, but don't forget the Red Bulls have only got the one set of hard
14.2.
compound tyres.
Yeah.
Everyone else has got
13.5.
two. They're thinking they can go 2 sets of softs, 1 set of hards. Daniel Ricciardo making a nice little move there on Esteban
Tommy
Ocon
Lane.
in the Alpine.
34.4.
Caught up after going off the track a few moments
13.3.
ago, but nice stuff there.
30.4.
Ricciardo moves up to 15.
18
Got a
minor.
lot of work to do, haven't they, in the next few months? They're really off the pace. I think they knew it. They knew it from their simulator. They knew it
12
from
flat.
the testing. They've got some issues they'll have to address, and I suspect it'll take them a while, but they'll hopefully know what to do.
27.7.
Not just that the car's
20.1.
overweight and too heavy. That's
20.4.
not really the main issue that we've got.
17.5.
Yeah, there's some great people over at Enstone, and I'm sure they're working hard night and day to
12.8.
try and find a solution. Joe Guan Yu and Yuki Tsunoda close battle
13.6.
here. Back to Karun.
I tell you, Gasly's saying a lot more on the radio Grand Prix at the moment. He's ranting a lot.
18.8.
He says it doesn't turn, it doesn't rotate,
14.9.
and the traction's terrible.
Other
So
than
he's
that, everything fine.
50.9.
yeah, he's not a happy bunny in that
Does he
car.
mention the straights?
There's a lot of
15.5.
swear words I'm not going to mention on air.
Reminds me of that wonderful cricket headline once about the England team. Can't catch,
16.1.
can't bowl, can't field. I think it was. Ted, down to you.
To make things worse for
22.8.
Gasly, you didn't see this, but I did in the pit lane. He had a
14.9.
very slow pit stop.
34.9.
In his one pit stop so far. Ocon's was okay. Gasly's was about
13.9.
5 or 6 seconds slower than it needed to be. Got to give a big shout out for Joe Guan Yu in the Sauber.
14.4.
It was an early pit stop that's really put him in this position.
Unknown driver.
He's managing his tyres as best he can because as the
12
stint
flat.
goes on, he is team
2
ready.
secs, Ted.
Juan Amador. 133 flat.
If you made that out, you're a
14.5.
better man than me, Crofty.
12.7.
Well,
29.3.
what he was saying was, you're
12.7.
super quiet, mate. You need to shout. So
13.8. 22.7. 12.3.
And that's the man that he wants
There
to
we
shout.
go.
Hugh Bird, nearest to your camera, who's
15.2.
getting a new team radio.
A
I
new
think,
radio, yeah, good one. I thought it was hardwired into the
11.9.
pit wall, but maybe this is an alternative. But yeah, Joe going really well. Alonso is past him, so Alonso making his way up. Alonso always canny on the radio saying it's a long race, let these guys wear their
16
tyres
flat.
out, and Alonso thinks he'll be there at the end.
Karun just telling me at Sky Race Control, despite air temperature
18.4.
of only 18
Mike Katona.
degrees out there, both Mercedes are being told
33.5.
to increase lift and coast.
13.2.
So lift off 300 meters before a corner, coast, let the aerodynamics slow the car
12.1.
down, and
EJC.
brake later. Then you can keep, you do a lot of that
14.3.
at sort of somewhere like Le Mans, you can keep a remarkably good pace up, but it won't be cutting edge Formula One pace.
Well, it's something Verstappen does quite well, lifting
Mike
and
Sully,
coasting into the
14
corners
flat.
to maintain momentum. in this case.
22.2. 17.4. 26.6.
They do it a lot because they'll all start the race under-fueled in
22
anticipation
flat.
of a safety car,
12.4.
and then go into management.
14.7.
But it seems to be
13.6.
For temperature as much
14
as
flat.
Karun correctly.
14.7.
Which is not going to bode well when we get to the hotter climbs of Jeddah this time
12.2.
next week. There is George
14.4.
Russell coasting into the final corner with Charles Leclerc, who has his
19
problems
flat.
braking in fifth
17
place.
flat.
Behind them come Norris and
18.2.
Piastri. Zach Brown, the
11.6.
McLaren CEOs on the pit wall for us tonight. Take us through briefly the first
17.9.
24 laps. Are you happy with your progress, Zach?
26.4.
Good progress.
13.4. 14.8. 14.3.
Hamilton looks quick.
17.6.
So long way to go.
12.8.
tire strategy and pit stop strategy is here, but I think Russell and Leclerc will come into play here.
11.6.
Zach, you run the same power unit as the Works Mercedes. Are you experiencing any of these problems? They are?
No,
14.3.
good on our end.
27.6.
Who at times last year we saw falling away a bit, and his tyre management not being his strength. Very much holding his own in terms of lap times at the moment with his teammate.
Yeah, very much so. I think last year was a learning experience.
37.7.
Race
16
tire
flat.
management, but a year in now,
12.1.
he's a pro.
12.4.
Your thoughts then that Mercedes are going to come to you, they're going to carry on struggling, and you should be able to pinch at least one more place?
12.5.
Like struggling a little bit.
12.1.
Sounds like Charles has an issue with his brake, so we're not far behind. We're slowly creeping up. Looks like Lewis is doing the same lap times as us. So
11.9.
12.1. Thanks so much. Great to have you with us. We might try and pop back to you in a little while. We're only on lap 25, or we are for the race leader.
16.6.
Max Verstappen, who's now round about
11.7.
10 seconds clear of his teammate Sergio Perez.
53.4.
Sets off this season for a 4th consecutive World Championship.
17
and
flat.
off this weekend in some fine style.
Yeah,
13.5.
He's just easy out front, isn't he? And that means
20.1.
he hasn't got anybody in his mirrors, he hasn't got anybody on his nose, sending him a lot of very turbulent air. The back, I mean, he's got nobody around him, actually. It's just one of those
13.2.
races. In the next 5 or 6 corners, he's got one car of Hulkenberg
12 flat.
that's obliged to jump out of the
15.7.
way anyway.
I was saying the last time we saw him, when he came out of the pits, it looked like it was a test session because there was nothing.
Nobody out there, was there?
13.3.
This is a much closer
12.3.
Alex Albon in the Williams with DRS trying to chase down
12 flat.
Kevin Magnussen. Albon, who started 15th last year, came home to take a point for the Williams team in 10th, and who gave Williams their highest start in Bahrain of 13th since 2017. He's going well in the
12.7.
Okay, copy.
25.4.
Mercedes, despite all the testing, the 3 days of testing.
12.5.
Position this year, hasn't he, Lewis Hamilton? It's not quite as far forward as it was last year.
And when you're pulling 5G, 5 times the force of gravity through a corner, and you're
26.1.
not really secure in the car, and then
13.4.
seatbelts can be a little bit looser as well. It's very, very disconcerting.
Alex Albon then continues his pursuit of Kevin Magnussen, and we're going to pursue down to the pits and take
11.4.
Another update from Mercedes. They say what's making it worse with Russell and Hamilton's engine issues is that, well, actually Mercedes say there aren't any issues per se. It's just that when they're running in traffic, they are getting very hot. So they do have a nice gap in front of them now. Hamilton's, 3 seconds to Piastri ahead. Russell about the same to Sainz. Crofty, actually it's more than that, isn't it? So yeah, they are in a bit more free air, which should help them. And maybe after Hamilton got a slow start to this race, he's going to find some pace later on. See what he can do later.
Yeah, while you were talking to us, Ted, we were on board with Alex Albon, and his steering wheel is shouting loudly at him that his car's too hot. So, of course, he's got the Mercedes power unit in the back of the Williams as well. So it's quite clear that it's all a little bit marginal, as I said, despite the low ambient temperatures.
Mercedes maybe with power unit issues then. Ooh, little issue there for Alex Albon, little snap as he got on the power. Out of turn 3, he's got fresher tyres than Kevin Magnussen.
Unknown
he's
driver.
hard against the Haas.
J. Kemp.
Seems to, on the indication, Martin, the first
Unknown
half of this
driver.
race, not suffering from the rear tyre problems that they were having last year.
Yeah, they did a lot of long runs, didn't they, in testing and through this event, actually. Luckily, the human eye and brain gets rid of some of this movement, because I don't think you could drive it otherwise if it looked exactly like that out the front of the car.
19.8.
But you don't see the halo. It's like if you put your hand directly in front of your nose and look into the distance, you don't see your hand.
34.3.
You don't see the halo either.
If you want to continue riding on board, by the way, with Alex Albon or any of the 20 drivers, listen to their team radio, of course you can do so. You need the Sky Sports app. You need to log on with your Sky Sports ID, pick your favourite driver, and if you are a Sky Glass, Sky Stream or a Sky Switch customer, you can use the interactive button on your remote control. And if you're a Now TV customer, brand new for 2024, you could do exactly the same thing. That's the life of the tyres.
111.3.
Verstappen leading the race and stopping the latest of any of the leading contenders. Hulkenberg might have stopped 5 laps ago, but he is on his second pit stop in this race.
Harry needs blue 3 position
Unknown
4.
driver.
Blue 3 position 4.
19.8. 15.1. 18 flat. 38.8.
Brand new steering wheel and a new screen for Alex Albon and his teammate Logan Sargent. Williams have changed their steering wheel during the course of the winter, and I would imagine Blue Martin is that blue dial you can see on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's saying I can't see the settings if I change it though. I would find that steering wheel too bright.
26.2.
But I'm particularly sensitive.
23.8.
At Le Mans, I am in a road car.
15.2.
But that's a really bright setting. It is adjustable.
35.9.
He's got on his steering wheel there.
15 flat.
Which I personally find distracting.
Probably okay for a day race, but this is a night race.
Yeah.
Karun Chandler.
And you can also see,
17.5.
the state of charge on his battery was quite low. They have been trying to give him instructions to change stuff, but he's
14.8.
he's in the thick of this battle with the Haas car, isn't he, at the moment?
21.3.
Hamilton. Let's go on board with him, making adjustments on the steering wheel, heading towards turn 10 and running out of room
15.3.
as he does so.
14.2.
That rather than lock the front wheel.
23.9.
Line of least resistance in a way of
16.8.
Right, I've got in here too deep.
13.3.
Too deep. Beyond the point of no return. I'll give it a little run round the
14.3.
outside rather than lock the front tyre.
18.9.
Max Verstappen, nearly 15
13.8.
seconds clear of his teammates
15.8.
Sergio Perez. Man has won 34
24.1.
Grand Prix since the start of the 2022 season.
16 flat.
He's on his way for a 35th here tonight. Lance Stroll
13.3.
the pits for his
17.5.
second pit stop in this race. Everyone running in this race. Stroll
18
was
flat.
hit by Nico Hulkenberg at the first corner.
17.5.
So last Hulkenberg picked up damage, and there are the two
13.1.
cars, the Aston Martin and the
19
Haas,
flat.
pretty much sharing the same bit of track for the
14.6.
next few laps.
Yeah, you have to say the Aston Martin's race
13.7.
pace tonight, Alonso and Stroll, has not been particularly impressive, unfortunately. It looks as if
13.3.
Fernando pulled a lap out of the bag in
14.4.
qualifying, but where he's normally been stronger is
23.5.
controlling a nice race pace.
15.1.
I mean, it's not terrible, but he's now 11 seconds behind Hamilton in 9th.
Information tire life
16.7.
is longer than expected.
15.5.
The first bit of good news that Charles Leclerc has received from the pit wall so far this evening. Now, you're right about the Aston Martin.
20.8.
Fernando Alonso, first of 8 podiums last season for him in the Bahrain Grand Prix last year, but where others were having problems, Red Bull aside, Aston Martin took advantage
21.4.
in the early stage, and then now
19
Aston
flat.
Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes,
13.8.
McLaren, they're a lot closer together than they were 12 months ago.
Yeah, but it was Aston Martin threatening for the podiums, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And getting the podiums, indeed. But right now, Alonso's 46 seconds off the lead after 29 laps.
13.9.
Finished 10th on his F1
18.7.
debut here in 2022, was holding 10th until he came into the pits. Here he is now, making his stop in the one car that you have no trouble missing out on the track, and that is the Sauber for this year.
15.9.
A new team name, or an old team name revisited.
124.2.
Hitville outfit.
13.4.
RB is the new name for Alpha Tauri. And out onto the track then comes Joe Guan Yu.
21.7.
Nice little gap, the strategists down at Sauber, to get him into the pits and out again ahead of
13.8.
Stroll. Ted,
53.6.
you got some news for us.
20.3.
Well, I have. The RB of Yuki Tsunoda was stuck, they thought, behind
15.7.
Guan Yu. So Yuki will now be released to run the rest of his race. That's quite a long
14.2.
stint now for Joe, isn't it, Crofty?
Yeah.
15.9.
27, 28 laps.
17 flat.
That have shown no real
18.9.
ability to do anything like that. I suppose the fuel level will go down, but that's asking quite a lot
15.5.
for Joe Guan Yu in the Sauber. We'll see if he has to do that or has to
15
do a
flat.
third stop. That was
13.3.
Daniel Ricciardo's got
14.1.
some problem with the front axle. He feels that whenever he's in a high-speed corner or under braking, the steering feels really light and really weird. So that's one reason perhaps why he's
12.9.
well behind his teammate at the moment.
14.6.
Now up to 10.
21.2.
Thanks ever so much indeed.
14.5.
So we're approaching in the next maybe about 5 or 6 laps time the final round of pit stops in this race, where they might be starting to come in again.
15
we've
flat.
talked about the undercut where
16
you stop
flat.
before the car in front
14
stops.
flat.
You hope that your fresh tyres
16 6.
on that outlap, by the time your opponent has a chance to recover, can get you a place. And 2 seconds, Martin, seems to be about the magic number for an overcut
15
to work
8.
here.
Yeah, so
18 9.
a little bit of stalemate,
15
as you
4.
say, for another 6, 7
17
laps.
3.
And then they'll be looking to outdo each other and blink. Try to blink first, actually. Ferrari getting ready. And
14
getting very
2.
ready by the looks of it.
20.2.
This is the best chance to get
16
if they can
5.
get Sainz past Perez. We're moving towards that phase, as you rightly said.
And we'll probably see
16 1.
hard tyres going on
15
for
4.
the majority, unless someone fancies a really racy soft tyre run at the end.
16
except
flat.
for Red Bull, who are going to have to use soft compound tyres because they haven't got another set of hards.
44.6.
Used hard tyres, haven't they? Because you have to give of your 13 sets, you have to hand them back through the weekend digitally.
17 4.
Dial in and say, right, we're not using these anymore. And they use the set in free practice 3
14
to
7.
get ready for the race. So they've got to go on the
24.8.
just for keeping the wheel rims off the ground
31.6.
this weekend, but will come in very
15
handy
9.
next weekend in Jeddah, where they work well. They don't work well on this very open surface we have here in Bahrain. So
18 flat.
They've got to go
14
it's
flat.
either the soft or the hard compound
17 4.
that'll fire up around here and give you any grip.
So Lewis Hamilton gaining a place
18
in this
6.
race from his 9th place start. He's gained, as you might have seen on the graphic, half a second in
14
the last
5.
4 laps. If he keeps
15
on
8.
going at that pace with Oscar Piastri,
16
might be
3.
challenging Piastri for 7th place by the end of this race. But he's been managing
15 7.
some battery issues. He's been managing a broken seat issue, and Kevin Magnussen
14 flat.
managing a tyre issue, locking up going into turn 10, which is the
17
favourite
3.
lock-up corner, I think, of any of them on this circuit.
17
Everything's
flat.
so unloaded on the way in there, and as I say, if you've just arrived too fast, there's nothing. It's so
17
frustrating.
6.
Corners like that, there's nothing
15
you can
1.
do about it. If you brake harder, you'll lock and run wide.
15
if you brake
8.
less, you'll run wide. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
18 6.
For Valtteri Bottas getting that front
15
left
flat.
off, just didn't want
13
to come.
8.
It's a brand new tyre as well.
It
so
is a brand new tyre.
You can't mix sets.
14 8.
No, so what are they trying to... has something been left behind? Has the wheel nut...
You can't swap them around, front, rear, set to set.
I'm not quite sure what they're doing there.
I'm not sure they are.
Corinne Chandler at Sky Race Control, were you watching?
Yeah, the mechanic came and gave the other guy another wheel nut.
Yeah.
And don't forget, the nuts are actually embedded into the wheel rims themselves.
So they've taken the wheel out the back to get rid of the nut, so then bring it back again to put on.
Correct. And I think they must have had a problem with the nut in that rim. Get rid of that, put another one on.
So Valtteri Bottas, who holds the unofficial record for the slowest pit stop ever in Formula One from Monaco a few years ago. I think it was a day and a half.
Jeff
Before
Amador.
he could get the wheel nut on.
And Tommy
It
Lane.
was only a 52-second pit stop on this occasion.
Jason
Another
Caselli.
wheel nut issue.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's to blame. I'm sure he's not. He's a lovely man, is Valtteri Bottas, but that has absolutely ruined
13
this race.
1.
The only person
15
behind
2.
him now on a lap down is
13
Logan
9.
Yeah, that's a shame because he was going reasonably well, wasn't he?
19
right,
flat.
2.7 seconds
27
behind Perez
flat.
now. I'm going to imagine Perez will be getting the hurry up
27.3.
if he's got any pace to deliver
16
it.
flat.
Right, here we go.
17 7.
For a final
18
stop.
5.
A new set of hard
14 4.
compound tyres. Left front is not happy.
17 9.
That's not happy.
12 7.
So you can't just go, well, put
11
the other one
8.
back on because you can't mix sets.
No, exactly. He got penalised for that. Spa, didn't he, a few years ago when he was a Mercedes driver?
27.1.
He was running
24.2.
a set of hards and
12.2.
mediums at the same time.
15 7.
A bit of a combination.
Max right on the limit of track limits coming out of turn 4 there, but I haven't seen his name
13
up in
6.
lights for having
25.3.
Tsunoda's had a couple, Hamilton's had one, we know Norris had a couple early on.
38.6.
But
21.4.
I don't think
18 6.
Verstappen is pushing
14 9.
particularly hard, frankly. He has a brake balance
31.2.
change heading down to
19 1.
light brake actually into turn
12
11.
flat.
Then they run really
13
high,
1.
all the grips on the outside here. bring it over for the
12.5.
sweeping right-hander of 12.
21.2.
Sounded flat out, didn't it? And the
Yeah.
tricky
12
13
flat.
that nips on the exit, a little bit off camber, a little bit of a
14.9.
corner to drive that one.
19.4.
Stay left, heading down towards
13.6.
the last two corners that are
14.3.
effectively won. 14
12
and
flat.
15.
Here comes Lance Stroll on Joe Granier.
11.7.
And Joe Granier
33
will try and
flat.
fight this back again. We'll get a bit of DRS
12.6.
assistance to try and do that on the run up to turn 4. But Stroll
12.1.
has also got the DRS to try
16.1.
and stay ahead. And yet that's to mark. Not exactly
20.9.
streaking ahead, even with that DRS too. Stroll and Joe have been
12.7.
locked in combat ever since Joe's pit stop.
12
and it's
flat.
the Aston Martin that wins out and takes 13th place.
Yeah,
13.9.
I mean, he threw the anchors out really late there.
24.1. 27.7. 18.5. 12 flat.
A retirement-free Bahrain Grand
13.6.
Prix. And if you look at safety cars as well, we've had the last 7 years
13.3.
a safety car or a virtual safety car intervention too. We've only seen yellow flags for Logan Sargent's incident.
23.7.
This has been
19.9.
incident
16.3.
in terms of safety cars
20.7.
and retirements.
13.8.
Grand Prix. But we've had plenty of overtaking, and I think we're going to get some more here. As down the pit straight goes George Russell, and he manages to get past Fernando Alonso, who tries to pick up a slipstream.
14.3.
And fights it back, but can't. And just coming out of the
14.2.
pits, Lando Norris, Ted Kravitz.
Nice stop from the McLaren guys to get Lando out. He was really struggling on his
27.1.
tyres during that
27.4.
move from Russell, which was
11.6.
crucial for his strategy to get past Alonso. His teammate Lewis
17
Hamilton pitted.
flat.
Nice stop for them and out as well. And Alex Albon's been on the radio saying he's really having problems with the engine. It's clipping at high speeds.
12 flat.
The engine's starting to really fail now. So
18.7.
handling all sorts of issues.
43.6.
Thanks ever so much.
13.7.
So Russell up to 6th, Alonso 7th, Norris and Hamilton 8th,
27.7.
Yuki Tsunoda.
11.7.
They've now stopped twice, and Charles Leclerc is
12.1.
still on the radio, Martin Brundle, saying that the car is pulling
14.6.
everywhere. The brake issue has not subsided at all.
Yeah, he's obviously got a disc
21.1.
pads that are on
14.2.
that are really not performing as they should. You can get that with the carbon
14 flat.
with the carbon materials where something is just not quite right. But so
12.7.
Russell then hitting early
18.6.
and really looking and hoping
33.2.
to gain a place or two there.
Right, into the pits comes
14
Leclerc,
flat.
and Piastri is also making a pit stop.
12.2.
And Hamilton pitting on the previous lap. It's going to be close to see if Piastri can come out ahead
41.6.
of Lewis Hamilton. That's a battle going on
13.4.
there for a place. Leclerc, no issues
12.5.
whatsoever. Neat pit stop too.
23.1.
Set the world record fastest pit stop last season, didn't they? Of 1.8 seconds. Leclerc
14.6.
this race in 6. Norris goes through
13.1.
7. Piastri comes out. Here comes Hamilton
32.1.
down the main straight. Hamilton at full
12.1.
speed. Has Hamilton got ahead? Piastri's got the inside line. Piastri just holds off Lewis Hamilton, but goes wide on the colder tyres. Hamilton's has got the tyres warmed up because he's had a lap extra, and Lewis Hamilton manages to get past Oscar Piastri with the undercut.
They come out of the blankets at 70 degrees C, and then he trundled down the pit lane. He just haven't got the grip. He did his best to hold off the 7-time champion, but the car just would not stop
Unknown
to
driver.
drag Hamilton through.
They take a little bit longer
Lamont
to warm up these
Walton,
hard compound
EJC.
tyres, and when you come out of the pits, turns 1, 2, 3, 4 are pretty tricky for grip and for traction, and Hamilton making the undercut work, so he picks up another place in this race. He's
EJC,
up to
Lamont
8th as
Walton.
Carlos Sainz will now pit, and there is not going to be anything like the kerfuffle
Ron
for
Riccio,
Carlos Sainz when he
unknown
comes out,
driver,
because
unknown
Robin
driver,
Russell
12
just making
flat.
his way through turn 13 is the nearest
13
corner on the
safe.
track, and he's got the whole of that second back straight to go and the main straight to try and get past. Neat pit stop as well from the Ferrari crew, 2.2 seconds, and so he can get rid of that pit limiter button now and accelerate from 80 kilometers an hour back into the race.
18.6.
So Sainz stays
21.7.
currently running in
19.2.
Fernando Alonso
25.5.
second time. 20.5. Charles Leclerc on fresher tyres. Leclerc does.
11.9.
Goes up into 5th. Alonso 6th, where he started this race. Then
13.7.
Hamilton, Piastri,
14
and Albon
flat.
in the points. But those that
14.9.
haven't stopped for a second time in
15
the top 10
flat.
are
24.8,
Fernando Alonso, Sergio
11.6,
and Max Verstappen.
14.2, 14 flat,
I didn't miss him out on purpose.
14 flat,
See who'd stopped.
12.2,
Red Bull will respond
14.5,
to Sainz's pit stop with
17.6,
Verstappen's got such an advantage. He can
13.2,
basically, I don't know, do what he wants.
14.2,
Stop for a cup of tea.
12.9,
Later as well,
12.4.
Daniel Ricciardo into the pits. Good time for him. Alonso struggling a bit. Lando Norris just set the fastest lap of this race.
13
and
flat.
Lando Norris does not want to get frustrated
13.3.
Behind Fernando
14.6.
Alonso for very long, so he'd quite dearly like to get this overtake done. Going into turn 11, and Alonso didn't really fight that. That's not his battle at the moment.
No, it's not.
12.9.
Indeed, they did.
11.9.
With Perez, they're covering
39.3.
off the Sainz Ferrari pit stop.
15.3.
I think he'll come out
21.7.
ahead as Sainz was over Russell.
145.6.
It's a long way down there at that speed, isn't it?
This could be fairly tight, you know.
Yeah.
Here comes Carlos Sainz.
Right.
He's going to be all right, but Carlos Sainz has
13.4.
got nicely warmed up
15
hard
flat.
tyres, and he's warming up the grass a bit by
20.2.
sending a shower of sparks
24.4.
onto the turf. Checo's put the soft tyre
18.8.
on, as you can see,
12.8.
with a little red stripe around the outside. He hasn't got another set of hards.
15.2.
This could be an intriguing
13.5.
battle to the line here. Checo might have the early
21.7.
advantage, but will those soft tyres hang on the way they want them to between now and the
13.9.
It helps that the track's rubbered in a little bit, and that,
14.2.
of course, the fuel load is much lighter. They're only now fueled for 20 laps instead of 57 laps.
16.9.
It's a very valid point. How long will those soft tyres last?
Alex Albon pits.
14.9.
Zhou Guan Yu moves up into 11th place, and a few others will move
15.4.
up too. And guess who's coming into the pits? The man who won by
37.5.
nearly 12 seconds from his
15.3.
teammate last year. And
129 flat.
25.9 of the last
12.1.
Soft tyres going on. Brand new set of soft tyres for Max Verstappen.
16.9.
New set from qualifying 2.2
14.3.
seconds. The pit stop
12.1.
time.
15.7.
Spot the car. There's only
47.7.
shot at the moment.
22.7.
Such was
13
the
flat.
lead that he had going into his
13.7.
second and final pit stop. As he goes
14
into turn
flat.
1, Sergio Perez
29.8.
is just making his way
13.6.
around the final corner.
13.9.
The race still going on.
17.7.
He's not seeing anybody, is he? It's incredible.
13.8.
And now, so fresh
15.7.
for at least 10 laps.
16.2.
About 3/10 of a
16.6.
second advantage. You know, he can gain
18.7.
seconds over
28.8.
as we're seeing replays.
16.1.
So Piastri
13.9.
slightly slow.
14.1. 16.9.
Yeah, you saw
16.3.
leaning in to steady the car while it was up on the jack. So that little
16.5.
hesitation probably
12.2.
cost him here against Hamilton.
19.8.
Hamilton would have been super fast up the
15.2.
hill with warmer tyres
12.9.
and DRS anyway.
It might have delayed the inevitable somewhat, but it was pretty tight.
12.1.
Daniel Ricciardo making his way through the field.
16.8.
was the Williams.
29.1.
Now can't, because Ricciardo's
16.1.
got past him and up into 15th
15.3.
place. Ricciardo
11.7.
had stopped a bit earlier than Alex Albon, who had just come out of the pits. So there's Sergio Perez.
26.2.
And the gap between them, 2
16.6.
seconds, with
13.7.
a race for the runners-up spot
14.4.
Max Verstappen
11.7.
has checked out, and he's 16.5 seconds clear. But I don't think that second spot
25.6.
has been decided in any way, shape or form.
15.8. 13 flat.
We'll see. I mean,
12.3. 110
really.
flat.
He's got the faster tyres, the faster car, as long as the tyres will stay with him. But all Sainz can do is just grit his teeth and keep pushing hard, trying to force Perez into a mistake.
Meanwhile, Lewis Hamilton catching Fernando Alonso, getting some nice DRS boosts along the way that is helping him down the straights. Alonso, who hasn't pitted for a second time yet, isn't stopping now either. Here comes
unknown
Hamilton.
driver.
This should be fairly straightforward for him in his attempts to take 7th place, and is.
Yeah,
Juan
Alonso
J.
got too deep
Case
into the
Price.
last corner,
Fabian
and
J.
and Hamilton just with better tyres
12.2.
released so much better off the final turn. That was very easy indeed.
So he's got past one McLaren. There's another one further up the road. Lewis Hamilton. He's 5
14-2.
seconds adrift of Lando Norris. So let's
18-2.
see now.
14-6. 20.6.
Down the hill through the marvellous right, left, right.
13-3.
Really fast sequence of corners into turn 8.
Here's Max trying to get
Steve
fastest
B.
lap of the Grand Prix and an extra World Championship point.
17-4.
He's about
19-1.
Because he needs them
19
at the moment.
flat.
Obviously, Max Verstappen,
12-6.
290 points clear by the end of last season. Didn't need them so much in the second half of that particular year. Max Verstappen does set the fastest lap, Martin.
And 1:32.6.
14-4.
08.
18-6.
A good
18-3.
seconds faster
19-8
than anybody else went on that lap. But, and some of them 4-5 seconds faster.
34.3.
Soft tyres rather helping.
13-2.
I've been following
12
this
flat.
battle, Crofty. Leclerc versus
17-8.
George Russell. It's been getting a bit tighter.
16-3.
Russell has lost about a second, just over a second to Leclerc the last couple of laps. Very different approaches.
12-2.
Ferrari told Leclerc to get out there.
14-9. Unknown driver.
Straight away. He was down in the low 34s. Mercedes asked George to bring the tyres in more gently. So
16 flat.
worked quite hard to
19-1.
within DRS, but he's
11-6.
Piastri
12-5.
Alonso.
28.7.
You've got one car struggling with brakes and one car struggling with engine
19-2.
cooling. So neither are fully fit in
12-6.
that particular battle, but it's down to
14-6.
1.4 seconds.
12-4.
The gap.
19-8.
The last lap, Russell was a couple of tenths slower than Charles Leclerc. What would you rather have? Overheating
12-1.
problems, cooling problems, Martin, or brake problems if you were
12-4.
out there at the moment?
Well, overheating.
28.4.
Much easier to manage than
19-3.
if you're not confident that it will. That it will
11-7.
slow down. So
19-3. 12-3.
It looks a bit dispirited in this race actually. Into turn 4, is not bothering to use the extra track on the outside.
11-7.
At all, as most people on a charge are. He's just
12-5.
well within the normal sort of racing line. You can get
Scott S.
cars without
21.5.
and
11-7.
degrees out of the angle of the corner.
If you want to
12-3.
with Fernando Alonso and see exactly what's going on, of course you can do that. As it was last year, we got all 20 onboards and the team radio too. You need
19-6.
Sky Sports app.
12-5.
Sky ID and head to the Sky
21.7. 20.9. 14-2. 11-6.
Sky Stream, and now TV customers, you can use your interactive button on
12-4.
your remote control. 1.6 seconds over the last 4 laps. Charles Leclerc, Karun's been keeping an eye on it. We're very much keeping an eye on it too.
15-9.
Is coming down now.
13-5.
A second.
Yeah. And Alonso
12-7.
presumably then is going to try and hang on to a one-stopper, is he? I mean, his teammates behind him by 19 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd be better coming in and throwing a set of boots on it, wouldn't he?
Well, it's a second and a half.
21.2.
Faster.
14-1.
Yeah, copy. Those paces very
40.7.
tight. Norris did hit his tyres pretty hard early on, so maybe he'll pay for it later.
What have we got? 17 laps to go, and
12-7.
he's not going to hang on, given the pace that others have got behind him.
No, and if he pits, he needs to pit now, doesn't he, to get the best in the last 16 laps.
Well, he's going to have some overtaking to do if he does pit now. He'll lose
48.6
seconds, and that will put him behind Stroll, behind Joe, and just ahead of
30.1.
Yeah, he should be faster.
22.3.
With some fresh tyres, but you're right. If he wants to steal a point or two, Fernando Alonso really needs to pit.
Yeah, take
13-4.
down in the pit lane. Any sign of any movement at Aston Martin?
Not yet. It's going to be
23.3,
isn't it? If he does that, and we'll see which tyre he goes on to, whether it's a hard or a used soft.
133.1.
One
12-2.
lone mechanic standing in the pit box now with his helmet still on. You can tell when. Oh no! I speak now. They're all coming out with Fernando's
19-5.
new hard tyres. So
24.4.
maybe they were waiting for a possible
16-3.
late safety car or something like
12-2.
that. Didn't get it, but he is
14
in here
flat.
ready for his stop now.
You got Karun Chandhok so excited there, he dropped his headphones at Sky Race Control. He's been on tenterhooks, wondering when Alonso's going to come in. And Ted got him all a quiver, he did. Hard compound tyres. He did have some used softs that he could have chosen, but they want the new hards instead. for Fernando Alonso, who will come out behind his teammate Lance Stroll. He'll come out behind Zhou Guanyu in the easy-to-spot Sauber and ahead of Kevin Magnussen. So, after all those winter months, Martin, at least my maths hasn't failed me tonight.
Yeah, so we'll see what pace Alonso's got now. I think he's got a chance of catching his Zhou Guanyu and his teammate Lance Stroll with those tyres on.
Tommy Lane, Gene W.
We'll find out. There he is.
Jason Casselli, Andrew King.
Be interesting to see what the
Juan Amador.
What they do at Aston Martin as well, because look, 9th and 10th, probably not what they were hoping for this race, but do they just hold station a little bit?
15 flat.
Keep it as it is, because those
13
points could
6.
come in very useful
12
by
3.
the end of the season.
16 flat.
Leclerc then very, very close to being within the DRS 1 second range.
12 5.
Of
James
George
Pierre.
Russell.
George Russell, who was
13
running second
6.
in this race in the early
12
stages,
3.
but he's been hampered by
15
engine
6.
cooling. He's doing a sterling job out there, but for how much longer?
12 3.
That is how much closer Charles Leclerc has got to George Russell. He is well within
11
DRS
9.
range now.
Yeah, and Leclerc will have DRS
15
up
4.
the hill as well, but Russell's
14
got a much
6.
better drive out of
21.7.
2 and 3.
Into
12
turn
flat.
4 we go. You saw the wing
33.7.
open, the rear wing open for
12 flat.
Charles Leclerc, and he's just got to hang on now with George Russell.
14 4.
Air, behind him as
15 5.
Wolf, even a few
13
things to
flat.
think about, I'm sure, in this race. Mercedes much happier with
11
their
8.
car for this year. The balance and the aerodynamic and the chassis platform, but their engine seems to be letting them down just a little bit in this race tonight.
But they seem to think they've got a great race
15
car,
4.
didn't they? A better race setup, but yeah, Russell,
21.4.
but it's not looked. I know they had their problems, but it's not
19 5.
like it's blisteringly fast either.
Meanwhile, Russell's teammate Lewis Hamilton,
15 8.
tenths faster than Lando Norris.
32 flat.
4.5 seconds.
13
the
8.
gap now, it was
44.2.
Norris is saying, I've just got no pace
14
at
3.
the moment in comparison to those that are around me. Charles Leclerc
15
and
4.
Lewis Hamilton. So we'll watch
14
that one
2.
with a bit of interest as well. Corinne Chandok at Sky Race Control.
14 8.
I don't think they've got the issue. Seems to
21.7.
Leclerc hasn't complained about the brakes for a while.
24.3.
His pace has been good. And I
12
think Russell's lift and coast, maybe
15
when
8.
he was in traffic to bring the temperatures under control. Again, they haven't asked him to do much of that for a while.
15
so
1.
it looks like these are
12
two
flat.
healthy-ish cars now
13
having
9.
a fight for the end.
Well,
15 9.
Let's hope so. What we did see there was Charles Leclerc moving out to the
15
right-hand
7.
side just to get a bit of cooler air.
13 5. 12 1. 14 5. 14 8.
Carlos, because at the moment the soft has been quicker than the hard, but last lap
15 1.
to within 2 milliseconds they were pretty identical
14
times,
4.
Perez and Sainz.
Yeah, so Sainz is sitting there thinking
13 5.
Perez's tyres are going to go off. He might be a bit disappointed on that.
Lap 44 of 57.
15
We're
1.
on board with Fernando
12 1.
Alonso. The car in front is Zhou Guanyu, who's hanging on to the last points
15
place at the
3.
moment, but I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be holding on. As I mentioned, he
11 9.
This lap, the R should be faster than
15 5. 38.1.
debut here, 66 different drivers
14 1.
points on debut in Formula One. He's not 10th now, Zhou Guanyu.
12
He's
1.
moved out of the points. Alonso pitting, moving down the order and now back up into the
15
top 10.
2.
But it's not the return, is it, for Aston Martin that they would have
13
wanted
7.
tonight, with
11
Alonso
9.
starting 6th and Stroll starting 12th. His race has been run from the back of the grid after being turned around by Nico Hülkenberg on the opening lap. Charles Leclerc started out in front.
15-3.
He's been passed by Perez, by Russell, by his
13-8.
teammate Carlos Sainz, not once
15-5.
but twice in this race, and now he's trying to make an overtake for himself. George Russell is the car in front. Under braking, he gets close, Charles Leclerc, but not close enough. While we watch
15-8.
these two and their
12
particular
flat.
battle, we can see
14-7.
making his way towards turn 10. This is the run up towards turn 4 in the hairpin there. The blinking light you can see as they,
10-5.
battery charging on the Mercedes.
16-4.
And Leclerc just thwarted
17-1.
hasn't quite got the pace down the straight to launch an attack yet.
This is a really good section, isn't it? In fact, this track works really well at night, doesn't it?
15-8.
It's
12-7.
just brought it alive, didn't it? Not that this has been an all-time classic.
14-4.
But there's no doubt about it. There's a few sections there. I mean, turns 1, 2, and 3 work really well
12
as a
flat.
combination.
15-9.
Ferrari then, rear wing wide open, like
13-8.
a great big hand pushing you along. It doesn't, you don't feel it sort of jump in and out as much as you might think. It's well worth having though.
15 flat.
So Verstappen,
13-3.
16 and a half seconds clear of his teammate, and he's going to go and win this race by a bigger margin to make it successive 1-2s for Red Bull here in Bahrain. Behind them comes Carlos Sainz, desperately hoping those soft tyres are going to go off on Sergio Perez's car, but Perez was about a tenth quicker on the last lap, and behind those three, here's the battle for fourth place. George Russell holding off Charles Leclerc. I think needs to get within about half a second to launch an attack down that main straight.
And as soon as Russell has to start driving defensively, that is when he'll lose a lot of time. Karun.
Leclerc's had his first complaint about brakes for a little while. I think it's because he's now got closer to Russell and he's in that turbulent
unknown
end,
driver.
Air. There's not enough cold air coming in. The air temperature down to 17 degrees.
Mike Katona.
As he gets closer and closer to Russell, this problem's getting worse and worse. So it's quite hard for him, he says, to have the confidence to attack
unknown
on the brakes.
driver.
It's within the rules, but
15 flat. Unknown driver.
With the racetrack down there at 8. Turning in from a very wide angle.
But we saw Leclerc.
Ethan Miller.
Russell's gone wide.
Super deep.
Very wide
20.3.
Hasn't let Charles Leclerc through.
13.6.
Got the inside line going
13.9.
11 to make that overtake a little more premature than Leclerc was thinking, and a lot easier thanLeclerc was hoping.
That's
13.1.
when you have to start driving in your mirrors.
Ron Riccio.
You make mistakes.
14 flat.
And it's not often we see George Russell
16.3.
making mistakes and errors like that, but is it just the relentless pressure he seems to have been under for the last 10 laps or so?
And we know George, though, will soon have to go straight back, don't we? But he'll have DRS down the pit straight if he can stay close enough. But this was a big lock-up of the front axle. He tried to brave it out down the outside, but it will always be the left front there that's unloaded as you get some roll in the car,
30.6.
in the chassis.
21.1.
Transfer to the outside
14.2.
right front tyre, and this is where he didn't make
110.9.
He will get DRS.
13.4.
Well, after making the mistake, can he now make amends?
13.3.
George Russell into turn
14.8.
go. The hairpin. Charles Leclerc seems to have got that covered rather nicely.
23.5.
George making mistakes.
12.7.
Singapore last year, of course. That was a very costly error for him on that particular night.
14.9.
But it's happened to him again here. And he's down into 5th place and losing a couple of World Championship points as
21.6.
So
16.3. 16.5.
top 3 and
32.9.
lapping with pretty much
14.8.
identical times. Hamilton, meanwhile, Leclerc, Russell,
12.8.
Norris in between. Hamilton now under 4 seconds behind
16.1.
Lando Norris. It's kind of
17.6.
a lap consistently.
13.6.
Has been picking
13.8.
up. 10 laps to go. He needs to pick up a bit more pace to challenge the McLaren.
So we've got the sort of
16.9.
order, as everybody loves to call it, in front of us, haven't we? Red Bull,
15.6.
Mercedes, McLaren, Aston Martin. That's
12.2.
the top 10.
There is
top
the
5 teams.
There is the Aston Martin pit wall. Fernando Alonso, Karun Chandok, is catching his
15.4.
teammate at the moment.
Yeah, he's been given the instruction
12.5.
that Lance Stroll will let him past, actually. So it's a big difference in the tyres,
27.4.
14-lap difference.
38
so,
flat.
As you can see on that graphic, he's getting 5 laps.
12.9.
I believe Lance has been given the team order to let him past.
I assume that is because they think if anyone's going to catch Oscar Piastri, it'll be Fernando Alonso.
19.9.
Fresher tyres. And
13 flat.
Pretty safe from
17.2.
behind him, given
17.8.
he's lapping about 0.4 a second quicker per lap. We'll see. I think the choreographed exchanging of places down the main straight, or we certainly
13
should
flat.
see the choreographed
16.5.
exchanging of places down the main
21
straight.
flat.
Fernando's got the DRS, that gives him a bit more of a boost as well. And by the time they get to turn 1, he's up in the 9th place.
So Lewis Hamilton's got at least his second
14.5.
this morning. I think Verstappen's just
14.9.
had his first.
32.2.
13.6
13.1.
lead. So they need to be careful of that. But you get a 5-second penalty if you do it.
13-2.
You get a warning next, and then you're in trouble.
12-7.
And they're obviously looking pretty closely. But yeah, my goodness, it's pretty stretched out.
13 flat.
That track limit warning for Lewis Hamilton, I think he might have lost quite a bit of time at turn 4 as well. I think he's lost 0.6 of a second.
19
in that
flat.
middle sector.
34.4.
Thwarted his
34.3.
Lando Norris. See the gap
12-7.
now back over 4 seconds again. It wasn't just a case of running wide. I think it was running wide and
13 flat.
Maybe at turn 4. We might see a replay of
12-8.
that. Watching Joe Guan
16
Yu ahead
flat.
of Kevin Magnussen, Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo at the moment. 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. Ricciardo on the soft tyres, trying to come through and making it a barnstorming finish. Ted, down to you.
14-9.
Down at McLaren, where Lando is actually doing a brilliant job. He's complaining about all sorts on the car. It's not drivable, he's slow, etc., but is keeping Hamilton at bay very, very consistently. So Lando doing a good job. Oscar Piastri not seeing able to close on Hamilton very much. It's all a bit stasis down there. Zhou Guanyu is indeed carrying on those tyres, Crofty, towards the end. So they'll be pretty old towards the end of the race.
Unknown
and
driver.
Sorry to say this for Carlos Sainz, but those soft tyres on Checo Perez's Red Bull,
Fabian
absolutely
J.
fine. No problem at all.
Maybe they might want to
Scott
come back
S.
to him in a little while on that one and not to deflate him too much.
14-4.
Charles Leclerc has absolutely dropped George Russell here in a blink of an eye.
16-6.
Now nearly 3 seconds ahead.
12-3.
What's interesting me here, Lando Norris has got a fair bit of pace on George Russell.
Ron Riccio, 26.1.
Interesting. Yeah. The fans are giving it to Carlos Sainz.
13-9.
In that.
21 flat.
Overtakes on his teammate.
Yeah.
We're really
Feisty.
good. Feisty, and he started fourth.
Vamos.
He's in the podium place.
14 flat.
He's put up a really good fight.
11-9.
We've had moments of brilliance.
19-3.
But you're right, there's an inevitability
14 flat.
about the end of the race here, or it seems that way at the moment. But look, 7 laps to go. Anything can happen.
I expected
13-9.
better than 13th and 14th for
12
these
flat.
RBs, if I'm honest. They're not the Red Bull clone that some people feared and many of us expected.
36.3.
Front and rear suspension,
19
within
flat.
the regulations, of course, but aerodynamically.
13-7. 14 flat.
It's not like they've just bought last year's F1 car.
No, it's very true.
Or inherited, maybe a better word.
12-2.
Well, personnel
16-2.
at Milton Keynes, but the
20.1.
that we work very independently still. You know, we're part of the Red Bull family, but we're not the same team on that one. Ricardo
11-9.
on his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. Kevin Magnussen
13-2.
not too far ahead either.
17-8.
You watch that, nearly 20 seconds the gap. Out in
12-8.
You can just see Max Verstappen in the distance having lapped Alex
13-2.
Albon. Just see him going through turn 3 while we watch this battle now for 12th, 13th and
16
14th.
flat.
I like the
14-7.
I know Charles Leclerc has had his brake issues and his problems, but
13-5.
Carlos Sainz has just grasped the ball by the
102.2.
horns a little bit. And, you know, racing for himself and his future this year. He's like,
14-4.
if you're not going to swap us
11-9.
around on the fastest car, I'll go and make my own luck out.
Yeah, he absolutely did, didn't he? Ricardo, of course, on a
14-5.
different strategy. He's now on the soft red mark tyres against his teammate on hard tyres in front of them.
13-1.
A little team play call there.
17 flat. 24.9. 13-3.
That is Nico Hulkenberg on the Alpine of Esteban
11-5.
Ocon. He has his teammate right behind him too. And this has been a real struggle for Alpine in this race.
13-4.
There you can see him running 17th and 18th. Behind them, Bottas,
13-1.
who had a 52-second pit stop,
23.4.
Logan Sargent, who lost
Fabian
over
J.
a minute while he was stranded
13-1.
on the outside of turn 4. So they might not be finishing plumb last, but
12-5.
that's only because 2 cars have had major delays.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
13-8.
For the driver swap, as we were talking
17-4. 11-4. 24.8.
Yeah. Not there.
I don't think it's happened, has it? No, we're looking at Daniel Ricciardo. So
13-2.
Indeed. I mean, Lance Stroll, of course, was pointing the wrong way, wasn't he?
He was.
By the end
15-3.
of the middle of the first corner.
He's driven a decent race to recover from that, to be fair.
Points, yeah.
I've got to say, I know they're talking about a driver
13-2.
If you're Yuki Tsunoda, you are going to be saying, no,
11-6.
hang on a minute.
24.5.
A couple of car lengths ahead of me. I can overtake him here, guys. Why don't you let me overtake him first, and then we'll do a driver swap if needs be.
Yeah, and Joe Guan Yu is not that far up the road
12-4.
as you can see.
17-3.
He's when he's unhappy, isn't he, Tsunoda?
Yeah, he is.
Yuki driver swap.
16-9. 11-5.
I promise you I could not hear him on the team radio before I made that observation. If I was Yuki, I'd be like, no. Sorry, I'm chasing Kevin Magnussen here.
14 flat.
We mentioned Lewis
16-1.
Hamilton, by the way. That's 0.6 of a second.
27.1.
Turn 4. He's now starting to be about half a second quicker a lap than Lando Norris. I wonder how costly that's going to be.
11-9.
That middle sector on that lap where he lost all that time. Hamilton keeps going. He might be right
16
on Norris's
flat.
tail on the
16
last
flat.
lap here. Through the middle sector, the McLaren
11-5.
against the Mercedes.
This is a bizarre sport in many respects. You compete as individuals in a team environment.
Yeah.
There's not 11 of you, there's 2 of you, but at the same time, and of course the first person you want to beat is your teammate. And
yeah, I don't need to say anything.
And your teammate is perhaps, if you're Team RB, not exactly your mate. Not exactly your mate tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's the driver swap. It's finally happened, and it probably needed to happen at that moment because look, there's Max Verstappen about to lap them all.
Yeah, they all have to scamper out of the way. But to be honest, you don't really want to do it there. You want to just ease off down a straight somewhere, not to go offline and go on the really dirty part of the racetrack and a fast chicane. Is not, what you do if you're going to swap. You just ease off the power down here and let them sneak in front by the end. That's a better way to let them through.
I'm still undecided as to whether we need blue flags.
16-8.
Best racing drivers in the world, Martin. They can't unlap themselves with skill.
16-3.
They're never going to do anything, and they could all unlap themselves with skill.
36.6.
Flags. What are we?
14 flat.
They've been around a long time, haven't they? But yeah, I agree with you.
So are black and white tellies, but we don't watch them anymore, see that?
But then you're going to get, in Mercedes engine cars or
13-4.
Red Bull team cars start hanging out in front of other cars later on in the season, and
11-6.
new can of worms.
31.4. Unknown driver. Unknown driving 5.
Yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate it.
Tune into Ted's Notebook tonight for a full debrief
12-2.
on what's happened at RB. New sporting director,
13-5.
team principal,
13-1.
Some conversations going on there. Yuki not overly happy.
14-5.
Not overly happy with the way
11-2.
that driver swap was conducted.
No, and of course they then both had to scamper out of the way for
12-2.
Max Verstappen coming through. And they've lost touch.
15-3.
They've lost touch then with
11-3.
the car that they were fighting.
I've been trying to keep an
Ethan
eye
Miller.
on the battle between Norris and Hamilton because I think it might be a battle.
13
but
flat.
Actually, George Russell is
24.4.
coming towards this battle as well. You've got Russell and Norris
15-8.
separated by less than 2 seconds.
14 flat.
Hamilton about 3 seconds back, but he's been lapping significantly faster
16-1.
than Norris for some time
14-1.
now. Ted, down to you.
It's not all plain sailing
14-9.
for Checo Perez, Crofty. He's reporting
11-5.
that he's got a bit of locking towards, especially on the rear axle. So, Sainz is closing 3.5 seconds. It's probably not enough. Whatever small issues Checo has for Sainz to get up to him. But Sainz is suggesting maybe a mode race, a higher engine mode to try and catch the Red Bull in front of him. We'll see about that. But just on the 2 RBs, Crofty,
11-2.
picturing Franz Tost right now, sitting on his sofa at home in Austria, thinking, I would have told them to do this earlier.
32.3. 12-8. 43.2.
He's going to have to calm down
11-2.
an angry Yuki Tsunoda. And in fact, an angry Daniel Ricciardo thinks they should have made the
11-8.
a lap or 2 earlier.
13-7.
11-3.
16-9.
That one. Carlos Sainz picked up a 10th on Sergio Perez on this lap. 3.5 seconds the gap.
12.3.
Lando Norris
10.9.
catching George Russell. That's like our karting feature from Tuesday night all over again, except this time it's a little more high-powered.
And Lando can't just cut
21.8
and get away with it.
Yeah.
40.1.
Track limits? What's track limits on that one?
18.2.
to get DRS, and DRS pretty quickly to make some moves possible.
26 flat. 19.3. 11.3. 21.3. 19.3.
Daniel Ricciardo's still behind
11.9.
Magnussen, and Tsunoda's still behind Daniel Ricciardo
13.4.
and Kevin Magnussen.
11.3.
He's really irked there that he's lost the chance to get past the Haas all by himself.
13.8.
Well, those soft tyres are beginning to go away a little bit for Ricciardo
11.7. 17.6. 11.3. 12.9.
Isn't he, behind the steering wheel of that second of the RBs?
It certainly is.
11.3.
This particular lap. Carlos Sainz and
11
Sergio
flat.
Perez matching equally through the
12.4.
first sector.
20.1.
Quicker than Lando Norris. Our race leader nearly 21
11.5.
seconds out in front. Lewis Hamilton's picked up 4/10 on Lando Norris through
13.7.
the first sectors.
12.2.
I wonder if
12.7.
that 6/10 that Hamilton lost is going to be crucial.
11.4.
Not give him a chance to get close enough to Lando Norris because he's running out of laps.
11.2.
Hamilton there. Lando
12.3.
Norris picks up 4/10 in the middle sector on George Russell.
15.6.
Hamilton drops a 10th to Lando Norris.
11.6.
It's all nip and tuck, but I think
14.9.
any gains that's been made by Hamilton
12.4.
are going to come a little bit too late here, and it might just be the
13.7.
same for Lando Norris, who's still 1.8 seconds behind Russell.
12.6.
This is Tsunoda. No, this is Daniel Ricciardo, isn't it?
11.5.
So there are two places now on the end
12.8.
of his nose.
18.8.
And Kevin Magnussen.
Well, it's giving us a fight right to the end. Is Ricciardo going to get a chance to slide one down the inside and get past Kevin Magnussen? He's looking. So's Yuki Tsunoda as well, but nothing doing on that particular occasion. And Max Verstappen, making his way around turn 13, has got just over a lap to go before he picks up what will be win number 55 in his Formula One career.
It's not for points, but it's still important to get these positions, isn't it, when teams
Unknown
get
driver.
compared at the end of the season
Mike
if they're
Soley.
on very similar points, or indeed identical points.
Try telling
Unknown
any Formula
driver.
One driver just to hold it steady, whatever the place is, they're going to give it a go, aren't they? Final lap for our race leader, Max
15.2.
Verstappen. Final chances
19.1.
for Daniel Ricciardo to try
11.7.
and get past Kevin Magnussen and nick 12th place, and he can't quite
Unknown
do it.
driver.
Magnussen defending well here and keeping both of the RBs at bay. Sergio Perez on
12.5.
course to pick up his best finish.
16.1.
Says the Italian Grand Prix.
16.4.
9 races ago.
14.2.
Red Bull on course for a 1-2 for the second year here in Bahrain.
Yeah, all over
11.7.
the track. It doesn't matter. They don't care about track
14.4.
limits now. They'll get a slap
13.1.
wrist on the computer later. This is about position.
Ethan Miller. 14.7.
And the back end of the car stepped out on him into turn 8.
13.7. Over the
13.7.
crest they rise now. We saw Fernando
12.6.
Alonso slide it down the
11.6.
inside there last year.
16.9.
A bit too far back to give us a repeat 12 months on. Max Verstappen, the race
13
story,
flat.
started first, finished first. That is probably the race story.
11.8.
And that's it for Max
16.1.
Verstappen. Been absolutely
24.1.
all the way
13.8.
He's picked up
11.7.
the fastest lap. Got the pole position as well. He's going
11.4.
for a Grand Slam here for the 5th time in his career.
13
tying
flat.
Alberto Ascari and Michael Schumacher
11.5.
career totals as
16.5.
well. It's been brilliant from Verstappen
11.2.
to open up another Formula One season.
24.1. 12.7.
Here in Bahrain, he wins the Bahrain Grand
13.2.
Prix, and he won it
11.4.
with ease.
15
12
flat.
seconds was the winning margin this time last year. He's going to add another 10 seconds to that as Red Bull
14.5. 11.4.
to the constructors
11.4.
with a 1-2
12.1.
for the second year running here. Perez across the line to finish second. Carlos Sainz with some blistering overtakes, leading
13.4.
the Ferrari charge
to come home on
11-7.
the podium and take
15-2.
third place.
14-7.
Charles Leclerc, who had brake issues throughout much of that race, in fourth place, and then
11-2.
Russell, Norris, Hamilton,
13-6.
the British trio,
46.5.
6th
14-8.
and 7th, leading Oscar
15-5.
Piastri to come home in 8th place,
11-1.
ahead of Alonso and Stroll.
12-3.
The story here, Max Verstappen, no signs of slowing down.
Really,
14-1.
professional drive, Max. Can't ask for more than
14
that.
flat.
Great start to the year.
10-9.
That was simply
16-9.
lovely.
11-6.
Unbelievable balance as well. Yeah, great start to the year, guys.
14-2.
Really, really good.
16-2.
Well, so absolutely fantastic.
Well, Max, as you say, 1-2 finish, fastest lap, pole position, clean sweep. So brilliant start to the year. Thank you very, very much.
14-6.
Yeah, I couldn't have asked for more,
12-7.
really.
23.7.
Yeah, pole, led it all the way, fastest lap.
11-1.
Well, what do you say? There have
12-9.
been a lot of distractions around that Red Bull team this
15-6.
weekend. The one place there were no distractions was on the track tonight, and they ran a super race. Sergio Perez starting 5th, coming home to take
18-3.
second place. It all worked out on the track.
14-1.
Absolutely lovely, as Max Verstappen was saying.
You could tell Max wasn't unduly stressed when he...
GT, buddy. Tidy job.
15-1.
Checo, thank you very, very much.
14-8.
That was a very strong drive. Well done. 1-2 finish for the team. Maximum points. Best way to start the year.
40.1.
yeah, when Max turned around and jogged back a bit,
14-3.
Sense he was quite relaxed about things.
And very polite too.
Yes.
Driver of the day, Carlos Sainz.
Good job, Carlos. Yes, good job.
24.8. 15 flat.
We start from here, we go for more. But it's a good start, good test, good preparation. So let's go for it now.
It was good driving.
12-7.
The fans are right. Yeah. I mean,
33.3.
it's a bit
13-2.
odd when somebody's entirely dominated the weekend out front. But I think the feeling is
14-2.
Carlos Sainz outperformed his car there.
Completely new car,
14-9.
for Ferrari, a massive redesign from last year. And I think they'll be happy with the pace that they were showing, because they certainly didn't expect to be competing with Red Bull to go and win this. And chatting to the Ferrari guys earlier, and they say that it might take 5 to 7 races before we really know who's who and who's where in this pecking order, because the tracks are so different at the start of the year. But I think we know who's on top, and I think we all suspected it after pre-season testing. Fireworks once again lighting up the desert sky as Max Verstappen lit up the on-track action of the Bahrain Grand Prix here this evening.
Max had a pit stop in his pocket. Should he have wanted it, needed it, puncture, whatever.
Juan Amador,
He still
Gene
could've won
W. Unknown driver. Sully.
Sainz on the weighing scales. All the drivers need to be weighed after the race, just to make
13-2.
sure everything is right and above board.
15-3. 13-4.
I think elsewhere, George Russell did what he could to bring his Mercedes home.
20.1
was where they finished last year, of course, but
12-6.
the other way round.
Yeah, I think it was a solid weekend for George. He'll be disappointed with the race pace, as will Lewis in the other
16-2.
Mercedes. There you have it.
Max Verstappen ahead of Sergio Perez. As I mentioned, 12 seconds was the winning margin pretty much last
25
year.
flat.
22.5 seconds for you this season.
19-1.
Yeah, picks
22
up
flat.
points then.
15-6.
For the fastest lap 2, Carlos Sainz comes home in third with those 15 points. It's a strong haul for Ferrari. Mercedes 5th
12-8.
7th as they were last
16-6.
year. McLaren, a much better start to the season for them than it was 12 months ago. And well, a decent scrap right at the end.
Glitch Gordy, 12-2.
Past his teammate Yuki Tsunoda. They swapped
15-2.
them around. They couldn't get past Kevin
13-9.
Magnussen and Joe Guan Yu, just missing out on
14-7.
the two Aston Martin drivers, Alonso and Stroll, at 9th
12
and
flat.
10th. And I think that's pretty much what we're expecting
16-4.
as well. Red Bull Ferrari,
14-2.
Mercedes, McLaren, Aston Martin should be the teams sharing the top 10 with maybe a bit of pace to show in the next few races from RB
21.8.
as well. We'll wait and hear from our winner, Max Verstappen, in a few moments' time. But I think he and
16-1.
He and Sergio just want to have a little look at the car.
13-1.
Everyone wants to have a little look around the Red Bull car. Let's give it a bit of polish.
27.1.
Should be okay for next week as well.
20 flat. 23.4. 15-9.
Well be right. He's got the cap on his head, Max Verstappen now, shaking hands to his former teammate Carlos Sainz.
13-4.
Ready to face David Coulthard.
19-7.
Race interviews.
Max Verstappen, congratulations.
17 flat.
Back-to-back victories here. Your 55th Grand Prix victory.
25.1. 14-2.
I think today went even better than expected.
14-3.
I think the car was really nice to drive on every compound. I think we had a lot of pace. And
14-7.
super enjoyable to drive today. We really stayed out of trouble, and yeah, great start to the year.
13-5.
I mean, it couldn't have been better.
No,
16 flat.
Sweep. You led every lap.
14-6.
Fastest lap by a sizable margin. It looked like playtime for you.
14-1.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I felt really good in the car, and yeah, it's
13-1.
always very special to have these kind of days because they don't happen that often. You know, that it just all goes perfect. And
14-3.
yeah, you are just one with the car, and everything just feels great.
14-7.
Defensive into the first corner. We can always expect that here, but thereafter, no issues.
Yeah, I think the start was good. Of course, the first corner.
17 flat. 14-1. 25.5. 24.1. 15-1. 14-2. 15-3. 20.8. 13-5. 17-5. 15-3. 13-5. 13-3. 15-9. 15-1. 13-2. 12-9. 12-9. 17-7. 13-2. 21.2. 13-4. 15-2. 13-2. Mike Soley. Steve B. Up next, race number 1. Box Stock GT Heat 1 of 2. Race order is Scott S. Angelo Morales, Case Price, Fabian J. Steve B. Michael H. Nate F. Toad R. Steve B. Fabian J. Case Price, Nate F. Michael H. Angelo Morales. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Angelo Morales done. Case price done. Steve B done. Fabian J done. Michael H done. Nate F done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 2. Box Stock GT Heat 2 of 2. Race order is Mike Miner, Gene W, Braden C, Jeff D, Owen B, Juan J, Scott S, Mike Miner, Braden C, Juan J. Owen B. Gene W. Scott S. Jeff D. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Braden C. Dunn. Gene W. Dunn. Mike Minor Dunn. Scott S. Dunn. Owen B. Dunn. Jeff D. Dunn. The race is completed. Up next, race number 3. F1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Nate F. Dawson Minor. The Stig. J. Kemp. Lamont Walton. Joe Katona. J. Kemp. Joe Katona. Lamont Walton. The Stig. Nate F. Dawson Minor. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nate F. done. Dawson Miner done. Joe Katona done. J. Kemp done. The Stig done. Lamont Walton done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. PN Stock AAA. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Glitch Gordy, Joe Katona, Steve Jr. A, Jason Casulli, Mike Soli, Mike Katona, Ron Riccio, Robin Villa. Ron Riccio, Glitch Gordy, Jason Casulli, Steve Jr. A, Robin Villa, Mike Soli. Joe Katona, Mike Katona, 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Katona done. Mike Katona done. Glitch Gordy done. Steve Jr. A done. Mike Soli done. Robin Villa done. Jason Casulli done. Ron Riccio done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 5. 3500 GT Heat 1 of 1. Race order is J. Kemp, Enzo G, EJC, James Pierre. Enzo G, EJC. Mike Soli. James Pierre. J. Kemp. Two minutes left. 1 minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. EJC done. J Kemp done. Enzo G done. James Pierre done. Mike Soli done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 6. Pan Car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Tommy Lane, Joe Katona, Ethan Miller, Lamont Walton, Dawson Miner, Angelo Morales, Mike Soli, Ethan Miller, Tommy Lane, Dawson Miner. Angelo Morales, Joe Katona, Lamont Walton, Ethan Miller, Dawson Miner, Joe Katona, Angelo Morales, Tommy Lane. Lamont Walton. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tommy Lane done. Joe Katona done. Angelo Morales done. Ethan Miller done. Lamont Walton done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 2WD Mod Rookie. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Mike Soli, Fabian J. Robin Villa, J. Kemp, Owen B. Mike Soli. Fabian J. Robin Villa. J. Kemp. Owen B. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fabian J. Dunn. J. Kemp Dunn. Mike Soley Dunn. Owen B. Dunn. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 8. 2WD Mod Pro. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is German Moeils, Ethan Miller, EJC, The Stig, Dawson Miner, EJC, The Stig. Ethan Miller. Dawson Miner. German Moeils. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ethan Miller done. German Moels done. EJC done. The Stig done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 1 of 3. Race order is Glitch Gordy, Scott S., Braden C., Ron Riccio, James Pierre, Steve Jr. A. Glitch Gordy, Braden C., Scott S., Ron Riccio, Steve Jr. A. James Pierre. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Glitch Gordy done. Braden C done. Ron Riccio done. Scott S done. James Pierre done. Steve Jr. A done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 10. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 2 of 3. Race order is Juan J. Case Price. Dawson Miner. Mike Katona. Andrew King. Dawson Miner. Mike Soley. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Case price done. Mike Solly done. Juan J done. Dawson Miner done. Andrew King done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 11. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 3 of 3. Race order is Juan Amador, Ethan Miller, Robin Villa, Lamont Walton, Jason Casulli, Fabian J. Juan Amador, Fabian J. Ethan Miller. Jason Casulli. Robin Villa. Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Juan Amador done. Robin Villa done. Jason Casuli done. Lamont Walton done. Fabian J done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 1. Box Stock GT Heat 1 of 2. Race order is Braden C, Nate F, Steve B, EJC, Jeff D, Mike Miner, Michael H, Toad R, Tommy Lane. 12-4. Unknown driver. 12-3. 13-2. 12 flat. 15-7. 12-1. 16-7. 24.7. 11-9. 12-2. 11-8. Fabian J. 12-7. 15-4. 12-5. O and B. 18-5. 16-6. 23.2. 17-2. 15-4. 12-2. 14-4. 13-3. 14 flat. 136.8. 14-3. 14-9. 12-5. 20.7. Tommy Lane. 14 flat. 11-9. 14-5. 25.9. 12-6. 14-7. 14-3. 12-1. 15-7. 12-8. 12-9. 11-9. 12-5. 13-3. 19-5. 11-8. 34.5. 12-3. 13 flat. 21.3. 26.6. 13-1. 25.1. 15-4. 12-2. 13-6. 17-3. 15-3. 13-2. 12-4. Robin Villa. 17 flat. 12-7. 12-1. 19-3. 16-3. 17-1. 12-3. 14-6. 17-4. 12 flat. 15-6. 19-1. 11-9. 23.2. 13-3. 41.4. 12-7. 15-4. 15-9. 13-1. 13-4. 12 flat. 13-8. 12-3. 16-5. 11-9. 15-3. 15-7. 11-6. 13-5. 20.9. 13-3. 18-8. 36.1. 14-3. 16-4. 12-8. 12-2. 16-9. 14-9. 12-9. 11-9. 14 flat. 12-7. 13-1. 13-9. 13-3. 11-8. 12-6. 16-3. 13-5. 12 flat. 11-9. 13-5. 15-5. 15-5. 16-5. 14-6. 13-7. 37.1. 20.5. 28.2. 12-2. 12-8. 13-2. 13 flat. 15 flat. 13-8. 13-6. 13 flat. 27 flat. 17-3. 16-9. 13 flat. 15-8. 16-2. 14-1. 15-8. 13-6. 14-1. 15-7. 13-1. 21.6. 31.4. 14-1. 15-6. 12-9. 17-4. Joe Katona 12-1. 12-9. 11-9. $13-2. 37.3. $12-4. 14 flat. $14-4. 13 flat. $102.4. 12-1. 13-5. $13-1. 20.3. $14-7. 12-1. 12-2. 12 flat. $11-8. Jason Casuli. 12-2. Steve 12 B. Flat. Braden C. Michael H. Nate F. Toad R. Mike Miner. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nate F. done. Mike Miner done. Jeff D. done. Steve B. done. Braden C. done. Toad R. done. Michael H. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 2. Box Stock GT Heat 2 of 2. Race order is: Case Price, Angelo Morales, Owen B, Gene W, Fabian J, Juan J, Scott S. Angelo Morales, Juan J, Fabian J, Case Price, Scott S, Gene W. Owen B. 2 minutes left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Case price done. Owen B done. Fabian J done. Jean W done. Scott S done. Juan J done. Angelo Morales done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 3. F1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Joe Katona, Dawson Miner, Lamont Walton, The Stig, Jay Kemp, Nate F, Dawson Miner, The Stig, Joe Katona. Jay Kemp, Nate F, Lamont Walton, 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dawson Miner done. The Stig done. Lamont Walton done. J. Kemp done. Joe Katona done. Nate F. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. PN Stock AAA. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Joe Katona, Robin Villa, Mike Katona, Mike Soli, Jason Casulli, Steve Jr. A, Ron Riccio, Glitch Gordy. Glitch Gordy, Ron Riccio, Mike Soli, Steve Jr. A, Jason Casulli, Robin Villa. Mike Katona. Joe Katona. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Katona done. Steve Jr. A done. Jason Casuli done. Robin Villa done. Mike Soli done. Glitch Gordy done. Mike Katona done. Ron Riccio done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 5. 3500 GT Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Enzo G, EJC, James Pierre, J Kemp, Mike Soli, Juan Amador, Enzo G, Juan Amador, EJC. Mike Soli, J Kemp, James Pierre. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enzo G done. EJC done. James Pierre done. J Kemp done. Mike Solly done. Juan Amador done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 6. Pan Car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Ethan Miller, Joe Katona, Tommy Lane, Angelo Morales, Lamont Walton, Dawson Miner, Tommy Lane, Ethan Miller, Angelo Morales, Joe Katona, Dawson Miner. Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Katona done. Tommy Lane done. Ethan Miller done. Angelo Morales done. Lamont Walton done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 2WD Mod Rookie. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Mike Soli, Robin Villa, Owen B, Fabian J, J Kemp, Robin Villa, Owen B, Mike Soli, J Kemp, Fabian J. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robin Villa done. Mike Solly done. Owen B done. Fabian J done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 8. 2WD Mod Pro. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is EJC. Ethan Miller. The Stig. German Moeals. Dawson Miner. EJC. Dawson Miner. Ethan Miller. The Stig. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dawson Minor done. The Stig done. EJC done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 1 of 3. Race order is Glitch Gordy, Braden C, Robin Villa, Juan J, Scott S, Ethan Miller, Braden C, Glitch Gordy, Ethan Miller, Juan J, Robin Villa, Scott S. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Braden C. done. Glitch Gordy done. Robin Villa done. Juan J. done. Ethan Miller done. Scott S. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 10. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 2 of 3. Race order is Andrew King, Steve Jr. A, Jason Caselli, Ron Riccio, Fabian J, Mike Katona, Fabian J. Jason Caselli. Ron Riccio. Steve Jr. A. Andrew King. Mike Katona. Two minutes left. 1 minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ron Riccio done. Fabian J done. Jason Caselli done. Steve Jr. A done. Mike Katona done. Andrew King done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 11. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 3 of 3. Race order is Juan Amador, Case Price, Mike Soley, Dawson Miner, Lamont Walton, James Pierre, Juan Amador, Lamont Walton, Case Price, Dawson Miner, Mike Soley. James Pierre. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Juan Amador done. Case Price done. Mike Soley done. James Pierre done. Dawson Miner done. Lamont Walton done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 1. Box Stock GT Heat 1 of 2. Race order is Scott S, Nate F, Steve B, Toad R, Jeff D, Gene W, Mike Miner, Michael H, Tommy Lane. Mike Katona 16-2. $21 flat. $15.5. 12.3. Andrew King 16 flat. 14-2. Lamont Walton. 50.3. $38.8. 27.5. 16-8. 15-6. 18-2. 12-3. 13-3. 13-7. 12-1. 27.3. 13-3. 14-3. James Pierre. 27.2. 18-4. 12-5. 13-5. 12-3. 19-2. Ron Riccio. 12-6. Michael H. 12-6. 17-4. 11-8. 22.8. 'Jason Cassulli. 12-4. 19-9. 18 flat. 34.1. 40.3. 12 flat. 16 flat. 15-8. 16-6. 16-5. 'Mike Katona. 16-8. 23.4. 41 flat. 32.2. 13 flat. 14-1. 12-8. 14-9. 1, 0.3. 13-2. 28.4. 15-7. 17-9. 31.6. EJC, 12-8. 13-5. 16-4. 14-3. 22.9. 14-7. 13-7. 16-2. 13-3. 17-5. 17 Lamont flat. Walton. 13-6. 13-8. 13-7. 109.9. 14-4. Fabian J. 13-5. 15-7. 14-4. 12-3. 12-9. 17-6. 32.3. 12-4. 14-8. 34.4. 20.2. 14 flat. 54.4. 16.4. 14 flat. 12.1. 13.4. O and B. 16.7. 16.3. 12 flat. 16.1. Mike Katona 12.3. 15.2. 20.1. 26.6. 14.1. 16.4. 12.9. 18.2. 13.9. 20.2. 14.4. 12.9. 13.9. 18.7. 19 flat. 12.6. 18.8. 12.1. 13.5. 13.2. 12.7. 12.1. James Pierre. 12.5. 18.7. 16.1. 13 flat. 21.5. 13.8. 12.5. 12.8. 12.1. 12.7. 13.6. 14.2. Robin Villa. 12.1. 11.8. 12 flat. 12.8. 15.2. 12.6. 13.2. 15.5. 13.4. 16 flat. 12 flat. 17 flat. 12.1. 14.2. 13.1. 11.9. 12.7. 13.2. 14.2. 12 flat. 58.2. 12.1. 14.4. 22.2. 12.6. 11.7. 12.9. 14.9. 11.6. 14.8. 21.2. 19.6. 12.5. 11.7. 17.5. 13.1. 11.9. 16.4. 29.2. 13.5. 13.5. Mike Katona. 31.4. 12.6. 12.9. 14.8. 13.1. 13.2. 12.3. 26.4. 19.4. 14 flat. 12.3. 15.4. 27.5. 13.2. 19.7. 16 flat. 13.2. 13 flat. 12-6. 12-7. 12-6. 17-3. 20.7. 12-1. 12-5. 12-4. 15 flat. 13-9. 15-2. 12-8. 22.7. 13-5. 14-1. 21.1. 19-6. 32 flat. 16-8. 12-5. 12-3. 13-4. 131.6. 14-7. 15 flat. 14-4. 12-6. 17-1. 14-2. 14-2. 16-5. 15-8. 12-4. Lamont Walton 14-5. 12-3. 14-9. 20.7. 22.7. 12-5. 16 flat. 12-3. 14-3. 16 flat. 16-9. 14-3. 20 flat. 39.4. 13-1. 13-1. 12-6. 14-5. 13-8. 15 flat. 14-8. 12-2. 27.2. 16-2. 12-9. 13-2. 18-9. 13-5. 14-9. 12-4. 14 flat. 13 flat. 13 flat. 12-8. 13 flat. 18-1. 14-2. 13-1. 12-8. 14-7. 13-1. 17-6. 12-2. 14-2. 16-6. German Moels 12-4. 19-3. 27 flat. 26.4. 19 flat. 107.5. 28 flat. J. Kemp. 14-4. 23.4. 14-4. 24.4. 14-6. 13-2. 12-7. 15-1. 14-5. 13-1. 16-8. Ron Riccio 19-5. 14-1. 14-4. 13-7. 20 flat. 13-9. 17 flat. 16-7. 32.1. 13-7. 13-5. 21 flat. 13-9. Case 14-2. 13-5. 14-4. 13-4. 18-2. 18-1. 15-4. 22.3. 14 flat. 19-2. 17-1. 15-2. 13-5. 13-6. 13-3. 13-5. 12-5. 12-9. 12-7. 22.7. 13-6. 12-6. 13-8. 14-5. 36.5. 14-8. 19-4. 14-8. 14-4. 'Toad-R'. Marshals R. Car 1 Juan Amador. Car 2 Ethan Miller. Car 3 Case Price. Car 4 Mike Soley. Car 5 Dawson Miner. Car 6 James Pierre. Mike Miner. Steve B. Jeff D. Nate F. Scott S. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve B. done. Mike Miner done. Nate F. done. Toad R. done. Scott S. done. Michael H. done. Jeff D. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 2. Box Stock GT Heat 2 of 2. Race order is Angelo Morales, Case Price, Owen B, Gene W, Juan J, Fabian J, Braden C, Fabian J, Juan J, Angelo Morales, Braden C, Gene W. Case Price, Owen B. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Owen B. done. Fabian J. done. Case Price done. Braden C. done. Angelo Morales done. Jean W. done. Juan J. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 3. F1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Joe Katona, Dawson Miner, The Stig, Jay Kemp, Lamont Walton, Nate F., Dawson Miner, The Stig, Joe Katona, Jay Kemp. Nate F., Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dawson Miner done. Joe Katona done. J Kemp done. Nate F done. Lamont Walton done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. PN Stock AAA. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Joe Katona, Robin Villa, Mike Katona, Jason Caselli, Mike Soli, Steve Jr. A. Glitch Gordy, Ron Riccio, Jason Caselli, Glitch Gordy, Joe Katona, Ron Riccio, Mike Katona, Robin Villa, 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robin Villa done. Joe Katona done. Jason Casuli done. Mike Katona done. Steve Jr. A done. Ron Riccio done. Glitch Gordy done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 5. 3500 GT Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Juan Amador, EJC, Enzo G, James Pierre, Mike Soli, J Kemp, Juan Amador, James Pierre, Mike Soli, Enzo G, EJC. J Kemp. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enzo G done. Juan Amador done. James Pierre done. EJC done. Mike Soli done. J Kemp done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 6. Pan Car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Ethan Miller, Joe Katona, Tommy Lane, Angelo Morales, Lamont Walton, Dawson Miner, Joe Katona, Ethan Miller, Tommy Lane, Angelo Morales. Dawson Miner. Lamont Walton. Two minutes left. One minute left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Katona done. Angelo Morales done. Lamont Walton done. Tommy Lane done. Dawson Miner done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 2WD Mod Rookie. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Robin Villa, Owen B, Mike Soley, J Kemp, Fabian J. Fabian J. Owen B. Robin Villa, J Kemp, 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robin Villa done. Owen B done. Fabian J done. J Kemp done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 8. 2WD Mod Pro. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is EJC, Ethan Miller, Dawson Miner, The Stig, German Moeals. EJC, Dawson Miner, German Moeals. The Stig. Ethan Miller. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Stig done. Ethan Miller done. EJC done. Dawson Miner done. German Mobiles done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 1 of 3. Race order is Fabian J. Glitch Gordy. Ron Riccio. Juan J. Braden C. Scott S. Ron Riccio. Glitch Gordy. Scott S. Braden C. Juan J. Fabian J. Ron Riccio. Juan J. Scott S. Fabian J. Braden C. Glitch Gordy. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ron Riccio done. Braden C done. Fabian J done. Juan J done. Scott S done. Glitch Gordy done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 10. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 2 of 3. Race order is Lamont Walton, Andrew King, Jason Casulli, Robin Villa, Mike Katona, Steve Jr. A. Jason Casulli, Andrew King, Robin Villa, Mike Katona, Steve Jr. A. Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lamont Walton done. Jason Casuli done. Robin Villa done. Mike Katona done. Andrew King done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 11. 2500 Lipostock. Heat 3 of 3. Race order is Juan Amador, Ethan Miller, Case Price, Mike Soli, Dawson Miner, James Pierre. Case Price, Juan Amador, Mike Soli, Dawson Miner. James Pierre. Ethan Miller. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Case Price done. Juan Amador done. Mike Solé done. Dawson Miner done. Ethan Miller done. James Pierre done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 1. Box Stock GTB Main. Race order is Scott S. Nate F. Steve B. Robin Villa, Toad R. Jeff D. Gene W. Mike Miner, Walton, James Pierre, Michael H. J. Kemp. EJC, Case Price. 13-4. 15-1. 20.6. 12-1. 12-7. 25.6. 12-9. 11-7. 14-1. 12-7. 16-8. 13-3. 11-4. 20.1. 12-2. 15-7. O&B. 15-8. 11-8. 15-2. 31 flat. 25 flat. 30.6. 20.8. 39.6. 12-2. 11-5. 13-9. Tommy Lane. 12-1. 17 flat. 11 flat. 13-8. 11-8. 13-7. 15-1. 20.7. 11-2. 13-7. 12-3. 14-8. 13-1. 11 Jason Cassulli. 13 flat. 15-5. 15-1. 13 flat. 15-3. 13-3. 143.2. 14-5. 13-9. 11-2. 12-2. 13-4. 22.9. 18-7. 31.1. 13-6. 46 flat. 16-3. 38.7. 18 flat. 23.2. 12-1. 20.4. 16-7. 36.8. 13-3. 12-8. 16-9. 12-4. 28.2. 21.3. Michael H. 15-1. 17-5. 12-7. 13-6. 14-5. 12-6. 15-2. 12-4. 14-8. 13-3. 13-8. 20.9. 12-6. 24.2. 21.8. 12-4. 12-8. 103.2. 15-6. 14-3, 12-6, 14-4. 13-1, 12-4, 16 flat. 13 flat, 12-1. 16-2. 13-2. 13-7. 13-2. 15-6, 12-6. Robin Villa. 13 flat, 15-6. 16-8. 14-2. 16-1. 14-5. 19-9. 16-2. 12-8. 14-5. 15-9. 14-1. 16-5. 17-7. 14-3. The Stig. 14-5. 13-4. 18-6. 14-6. 11-9. James Pierre. 14-5. 13-3. 15-8. 13-4. 13-1. Michael 14 H. flat. 34.7. 12-9. 12-3. Ethan Miller, 14-9. 13-9. 12-1. 17-2. 13 flat. 20.3. 15-7. Steve Jr. A 41.2. 35.4. 15-2. 11-9. 17-6. 14-5. 13-4. 13-8. 34 flat. 13-2. 14-9. 14-3. 30.7. 12-8. 12-6. 15-5. 42.7. 16-1. 53.7. 12-4. 14-5. 11-9. 11-2. 12-5. 29 flat. 14-8, O and B, 11-2. 13-2. 13-3. 13-1. 18-6. 14-1. 17-5. 12-9. 21.7. 13-8. 15 flat. 16-2. 13 flat. 39 flat. 12-9. 24 flat. 12-3. 16-3. 12-3. 14-2. 16-2. 18-6. 13-8. 19-8. 11-1. 15-1. 15 flat. 18-2. 15-2. 13-2. 14-1. 16-4. 15-6. 11-2. 23.4. 14-4. Dawson Minor. 11-3. 18-1. 16-7. 32.2. 12-7. 11 flat. EJC 6. 16-2. 11-6. 12-2. 14-2. 21.8. 11 flat. 16-4. 12-7. 25.4. 30.2. 10-8. 13-2. 'Up next, race number 1. Box Stock GTB Main. Race order is Scott S. Nate F. Steve B. Toad R. Jeff D. Mike Minor. Michael H. Steve B. Toad R. Jeff D. Scott S. Nate F. Mike Miner. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike Minor done. Scott S done. Nate F done. Jeff D done. Steve B done. Toad R done. The race is completed. Up next, race number 2. Box Stock GT. A main. Race order is Case Price, Angelo Morales, Owen B, Gene W, Fabian J, Juan J, Braden C, Juan J, Fabian J, Braden C, Angelo Morales, Gene W, Case Price, Owen B. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Braden C. done. Jean W. done. Angelo Morales done. Owen B. done. Juan J. done. Case Price done. Fabian J. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 3. F1. A main. Race order is Joe Katona, Dawson Miner, The Stig, Jay Kemp, Lamont Walton, Nate F. Jay Kemp, Joe Katona, Dawson Miner, Nate F. The Stig. Lamont Walton. Two minutes left. 1 minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Stig done. Lamont Walton done. J. Kemp done. Dawson Miner done. Joe Katona done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 4. PN Stock AAA. A main. Race order is Joe Katona, Robin Villa, Mike Katona, Jason Casulli, Mike Soli, Steve Jr. A. Glitch Gordy, Ron Riccio. Glitch Gordy, Steve Jr. A. Jason Casulli, Ron Riccio. Mike Katona, Joe Katona, Robin Villa, 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike Katona done. Ron Riccio done. Jason Casuli done. Joe Katona done. Steve Jr. A done. Glitch Gordy done. Robin Villa done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 5. 3500 GT. A main. Race order is EJC. Juan Amador. Enzo G. James Pierre. J. Kemp. Mike Soli. James Pierre. Mike Soli. Enzo G. EJC. J. Kemp. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike Solly done. EJC done. James Pierre done. J Kemp done. Enzo G done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 6. Pan Car. A main. Race order is Ethan Miller, Joe Katona, Tommy Lane, Angelo Morales, Lamont Walton, Dawson Miner, Joe Katona, Ethan Miller, Tommy Lane, Dawson Miner, Angelo Morales, Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Katona done. Lamont Walton done. Tommy Lane done. Ethan Miller done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 7. 2WD Mod Rookie. A main. Race order is Robin Villa, Owen B, Mike Soley, J Kemp, Fabian J. Owen B. Robin Villa, Fabian J. J Kemp. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Owen B. done. Robin Villa done. Fabian J. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 8. 2WD Mod Pro. A main. Race order is EJC. Ethan Miller. Dawson Miner. The Stig. German Moeals. EJC. German Moeals. The Stig. Dawson Miner. Ethan Miller. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dawson Miner done. EJC done. Ethan Miller done. German Moels done. The Stig done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 9. 2500 Lipostock. C main. Race order is Juan J. Braden C. Scott S. Braden C. Juan J. Scott S. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Juan J. done. Braden C. done. Scott S. done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 10. 2500 Lipostock. B main. Race order is Jason Caselli, Andrew King, Robin Villa, Steve Jr. A, Glitch Gordy, Fabian J, Ron Riccio. Fabian J, Glitch Gordy, Ron Riccio, Steve Jr. A, Jason Caselli. Robin Villa. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve Jr. A done. Fabian J done. Jason Casali done. Glitch Gordy done. Ron Riccio done. Robin Villa done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. Up next, race number 11. 2500 Lipostock. A main. Race order is Ethan Miller, Case Price, Mike Soley, Dawson Miner, James Pierre, Lamont Walton, Mike Katona. Case Price, Mike Soley, Mike Katona, Ethan Miller. Dawson Miner. James Pierre. Lamont Walton. 2 minutes left. One minute left. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike Solly done. Lamont Walton done. Ethan Miller done. James Pierre done. Mike Katona done. Case Price done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed. James Pierre, Lamont Walton, Owen B. (16-2). (12-9). Case Price. 34.1. (14-1). 17-7. Jason Casuli. German Moeals. 58.5. 14-8. 23.9. 15 flat. 18-1. 12-6. 13-5. 13-5. 14-4. 11 flat. 14-7. 14-5. 13-1. 12-7. 11-1. 16-9. 14-1. 14-9. 22.3. 12-5. 12-8. 13-9. 42.7. 14-4. 13 flat. 12-5. 11 flat. 12-3. 17-7. 12-4. 10-9. 13-6. 12-6. 12 flat. 13-1. 24.2. 11-3. 12-7. 28.4. 12-8. 15 flat. 11-1. 13-5. 16-3. 15-5. 12-4. 12-9. 16-4. 12-2. 31.1. 12-8. 15-2. 12-5. 11-5. 14-3. 15-6. 15-1. 12-6. 20 flat. James Pierre. 15-7. 13 flat. 15-3. 24.8. 13-9. 12-4. 12-7. 12-8. 12-6. 15-3. 13-7. 12-4. 11 flat. 15-2. 12-5. 13 flat. 28.3. 12-8. 13-2. 22.8. 13-2. 12 flat. 11-9. 12-5. 18-9. 13-4. 12-3. 12-6. 27.6. 11-3. 12 flat. 11-9. 12-6. 13-5. 11 flat. 12 flat. 14-8. 12-7. 13-6. 12-6. 11-9. 12-3. 13-9. 11-7. 13-6. 12-7. 16-4, 12-7, 13-2, 13-2, 12 flat, 12-5, 12-6, 19-6, 13-7, 12-3, 12-7, 11-7, 13-2, 15-4, 14-2, 11-9, 12-7, 12-2, 14-9, 16-9, 13-5, 14-3, 24.1, 11-8, 30.9, 12-4, 12-7, 13-7, 13-3, 11-9, 12-3, 12-9, 10-9, 16-7, 11-9, 16-2, 11-6, 10-6, 13-2, 13-3, 13-3, 12-4, 16-1, 12-1, 13-5, 16-9, 13 flat, 16-4, 14-8, 12-9, 11-5, 12-1, 13-3, 16-8, 18-8, 11-5, 50.8, 11-9, 13-6, 12-9, 12-4, 12-1, 16-4, 12-9, 11-5, 19-2, 14-1, 18-4, 32.4, 26.6, 10-9, 12-3, 12-4, 12-7, 13-4, 13-4, 16-1, 11-9, 14-5, 12-4, 12 flat, 19-8, 12-8, 13-1, 17-1, 23.1, 13 flat, 20.7, 16-6, 27.1, 12-5, 11-4, 12-6, 12-5, 12-1, 14-5, 34.1, 16 flat, 48.4, 43.8, 45.5, 13-8. 12-3. 13 flat. 14-8. 11-4. 14-3. 14 flat. 12 flat. 34.4. 15-1. 17-3. 11-9. 11-4. 11-8. 12 flat. 10-6. 21.7. 12-1. 11-2. 12-2. 12-1. 12-5. 11-9. 14-8. 17-3. 52.8. 11-6. 12-5. 12-5. 105 flat. 12-3. 12-2. 10-8. 11-6. 12 flat. 16-2. 12-4. 11-5. 12-9. 13-6. 12 flat. 12 flat. 10-7. 14 flat. 11-7. 28.6. 11-8. Jason Casuli. 17-3. 11-6. 12-2. 13 flat. 11-9. 11-7. 20.8. 12-2. 13-3. 15 flat. 13-3. 15-2. 11-1. 12-4. 12-9. 13-3. 11-3. 12-3. 12-6. 14 flat. 12-3. 11-4. 14-3. 26.3. 12 flat. 14-8. 13-1. 19-1. 11-6. 11 flat. 13-9. 36.4. 15-3. 27.2. 14-2. 12-5. 16-4. 16-2. 14-3. 13-9. 13-3. 14-5. 14-2. 12-9. Case price. $15.1. 13.9. 16.3. 14.5. 15.1. 13.5. 32.9. 12.3. 13.7. 13 flat. 16.2. 12.6. 13.9. 15.3. 13.1. 12.4. 12.7. 12.6. 13.2. 14 flat. 14.4. 13.7. 14 flat. 16.9. 29.7. 12.8. 54.6. 12.4. 13.3. 13.5. 13.2. 14 flat. 13 flat. 12.4. 13.1. 12.4. 12.7. O and B. 12.7. 13.6. 12.4. 20.9. 14.9. 12.3. 13.2. 13.1. 13.2. 14.6. 12.8. 19 flat. 15.8. Lamont Walton. 14.2. 13.8. 15.8. 16.7. 16.2. 17.1. 13.8. 12.9. 13.6. 13.2. 15.5. 13.1. 12.7. 13.5. 14.9. 12.5. 13.4. 15.6. 12.4. 11.7. 15 flat. 12.6. 16.9. 15.1. 20.9. 11.5. 13.3. 13.1. 12.4. 12.7. 11.8. 15.7. 17-6. 15 flat. 15-2. 12-4. 13-1. 12-9. 13-7. 14-4. 12-9. 12-6. 20.3. 13-9. 12-4. 12 flat. 14-2. 14-2. 13-6. 11-6. 12-8. Robin Villa. 10-9. 12-8. 12-2. 10-9. 17-9. 13-4. 12-1. 12-9. 13-5. 13-9. 10-8. 13 flat. 12 flat. 17-7. 10-9. 13 flat. 10-5. 12-2. 13-8. 113.5. 24.7. 11-5. 18 flat. 16-4. 10-9. 13-4. 14-9. 11-3. 13-7. 14-1. 11-1. 138.5. 12 flat. 11 flat. 15-8. 13-3. 10-7. 15-9. 12-6. 16-3. 10-5. 11-8. 12-4. 12-5. 10-7. 14-5. 10-8. 17-3, 19-3, 10-6, 16-2. Jason Caselli, 16-9, 10-7. J. Kemp, 14-2, 11-7, 13-2, 16-4, 14-9, 12-5, 11-8, 13 flat, 16-3, 32 flat, 12-1, 14-2, 10-6. $12-9, 15-5, 10-8, 15 flat, 19-2, 12-9, 14-8, 15-6, 14-4, 12-9, 13 flat, 43.3. 16-5, 12-5, 15-8. 19 flat, 12-6, 12-5, 15-5, 12-6, 13 flat, 12-3, 13-4, 13 flat, 12-9, 15-9. 14-3, 19 flat, 12-5, 11-8. 14-1, 12-3, 13 flat, 19-2. 12-5, 13-5. 16-4, 12-6, 12-6. 13-3, 12-5, 14-7. 12-6, 16-7, 12-7. 12-9, 15-9. 13-3, 13-2. 40.3. 16-9, 16-7. 13-4, 12-6, 12-9. 15-1, 12-6, 12-7. 12-5, 14-5, 14-8. 12-8. 13-1. 27.8. 30.6. 12-7. 14-7. 24.9. 25.7. 13-4. 12-7. 16-2. 12-8. 15-7. 15-5. 13-8. 14-5. 15-6. 12-8. 13-6. 15-6. 17-5. 26.6. 15 flat. 37.2. 13-1. 13-6. 14-4. 13-9. 13 flat. 12-7. 14 flat. 15-6. 14-7. 12-8. 12-5. 14 flat. 13-1. 16-1. 13-2. 14-1. 12-2. 16 flat. 12-7. 12-2. 12-2. 29.8. 12-1. 14-5. 12 flat. 14-6. 12-2. 13 flat. 28.7.